Checkity check, check, check.
I hear
Checkity
you,
check, check,
DM.
check. Yeah, I'm just checking out on Twitch. But it's nice to know that my guys can hear me too.
13 experience from leveling.
How much?
1,300.
I am going to have to be very judicious in my putting out of experience then, because I think Vera said he's like 2,000 away. Well, that's good. That's good. Y'all are leveling well. So you would be 6th level?
Yep, I believe that would make me 6th level.
Nice. Nice. Yeah, Varys has said he's really close to 7th level, so we'll have to see how things go.
Yep.
Hey, what's up, Ross? How are you?
I'm okay. How y'all doing?
I am doing well, sir. How's the week off? So glad to be back. I'm not gonna lie. I missed y'all.
Yeah, I ran D&D Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
Nice.
Then Treyhawk on Saturday.
Yeah, some of the guys that I used to game with when I first started getting back into it, they're all grognards of whatever, and we were gaming at the game store, 2017 or 18, whatever it was.
Mm-hmm.
I since went off away from them and was running a 5e game at my house, and they since started a podcast and whatnot, and of course every year we would have a tournament style set of adventures at the local game store, and of course COVID put the kibosh on that. Well, they just announced that they're bringing it back. The game store that we go to, Sci-Fi City, is under new management, and they've got it all redone very nicely. So looking forward to that in July. We're going to go back to face-to-face tournament style. So
yeah, I was heavily involved with Adventures League,
right,
for 5e, and they started that back up last year at my team in the game store at Game Rights here, where I ran my game, my Treyhawk Symbol Middle Evil game.
Nice.
I ran it 2 weekends in a row because a bunch of my players are like out this week, so taking a week off. One's going to Origins and a couple on vacation and all that jazz.
Very cool. Yeah, I was just like, man, it's been a long week of not gaming, man. We need to get back. I am so glad.
I just noticed on this sheet for Foundry, they just got paralysis and petrify under the same category, but
yeah, and that's what I said. Whenever you create a game, you have to pick a game system, and there is no AD&D First Edition. There is no basic D&D. There's no OSRIC, and so we're stuck with using old school essentials, which that's how they do things. Now, that being said, as a developer, I have been at a vested interest in maybe you can take the how the developers created their system that ties to Foundry, and you can make tweaks and changes it and make it your own, and just upload your own system that you're the only one that uses. And I was really thinking about taking the old school essentials and start remapping things so that it's more OSRIC. I'm not going to call it AD&D First Edition because then somebody will put me in jail for stealing their content, but I would call it OSRIC and just go by the OSRIC book, right, and start change that. But I just never had the time to do it. But now that I've got a little more time on my hands, we'll maybe take a look at that over the next week or so, see if I can do some tweaks on the game.
Yeah. I was going to say, offering to help, and I know some people that write stuff for Foundry.
Yeah,
that might be able to help. So.
Yep, exactly. So we'll see how it goes, but for right now, I'm just taking it a little easy. So.
Oh yeah, understandable. I have a question for you, since I have that magic short sword now.
Yes.
If I want to do an offhand attack, how do you want me to do that?
As far as
been a long time
yeah,
since I've done any of that.
so typically your the off. I always looked at it as the offhand attack is typically the smaller weapon. So your primary attack would be the big blade. The offhand attack would be a little blade.
Yep.
And so there would be a negative attack bonus. So something like a -2 or a -4. I don't know if the book specifically addresses what it is, but I could always see it being at a minimum a -2. But I would have to look and see if it's not specifically addressed anywhere in offhand attack bonuses.
Yeah, I am an elf, so I'm skilled in use of it, and I know how to use it as a weapon proficiency as well. So it just be whatever the base offhand penalty then would be.
Right.
Fair enough. Okay. Keep that in mind. Might consider multiplexing. Might not.
Huh. All right, let's see.
No word from anybody interested in joining, huh?
Nope, I haven't heard anything from Barry or anybody, so.
Okay. Well, Maris is doing well. Just keep on chugging along.
Yeah, right? Exactly.
Almost 7. So.
So the ostrich guide says, let me get to it. Yeah. Goes combat. Do two-weapon fighting. If a character desires to fight with one weapon in each hand, the offhand weapon must be either a dagger or a hand axe. The weapon with the primary hand attacks with a -2 modifier, and the offhand weapon attacks at a -4. However, if I would say the character's dexterity bonus or penalty for missile weapons is added to both attacks. So if you have a let's say you have two weapons, right? You would go with a -2 for your primary weapon, a -4 for the offhand weapon, but then you add your dexterity bonus on your attacks, right? So whatever your dexterity bonus, let's say it's a +4 missile adjustment or whatever that is, right?
Yep.
You would add the plus to your primary, not to exceed what a normal plot, right? In other words, it would overcome the negative. So you could never have like a +4. If you had a 0 whatever on your primary, you couldn't get the +4 added to that. It makes up the negative. So theoretically, you could have no penalty at all if you had a +4 reaction on your attack, because it would. Okay, so then you would be at a regular 2 attack on your primary hand and a -1 on your offhand.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This rule could never result to a bonus to attack. In other words, you can never get more than whatever your normal plus would be. So.
Okay. Well, I have +2 because I'm all +1 weapon.
Okay,
I'm an elf.
Gotcha.
So,
yep. Right. So basically you would say all your pluses, including your dexterity modifier.
Oh yeah. So
and then
+5, and then minus the
exactly.
penalty. Okay.
Correct.
Fair enough.
I think that would work.
So
I would go with that.
-4 and -2.
Correct.
All right. Keep that in mind.
What did I miss? What did I miss? My OCD. Oh, Monkey's rating. He rated us with a. Have to give him a shout out. He rated us with a party of 1. They all count. So, hopefully people are starting to gather. I'm not looking at chats, but hopefully y'all are out there. Looks like we got a few bodies. Probably all of our players plus myself, but that's okay. We are the important ones. Without us, this ship doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah, I gotta leave in 5 minutes. But
all right, dude.
I'll return.
You know, if you would have left earlier, you could have already been there waiting on her, and then when you got her, you'd be back earlier. So I'm just saying.
It's only I get there early anyway.
Just
down
dogging
the street.
you. I am just dogging on you, man. It's totally
just
okay.
She gets out at 6:30 because sometimes she takes her time.
That's okay. We will be knee deep in it by the time you get back.
Why am I getting like stuff on my Monkey Boogers account? I'm getting like sex stuff, like from hot singles or something.
I don't know, man, because you're a hot single. That's just a thought.
I don't even do any of that stuff on my computer.
I know. Yeah.
It's on my Facebook. Well, my Monkey Boogers Facebook.
Right.
Must be some friends I have that do it or something.
Yeah, it must be. It's got to be it. It's my story and I'm sticking to it.
Well, Texas A&M didn't allow Kyle Rittenhouse in.
Really?
Yeah.
That's garbage. That is garbage. I'm going to say it right then and there. I'll lay you odds 10-1 if somebody that was accused of and went to prison for 30 years for killing people and they finally let him out on parole. I bet if he went to college, they'd let him right in.
Probably make him the president.
Yeah. Wouldn't go that far, but I'm just saying.
They already had him. Ted Zitsky.
Yeah.
MIT grad.
Yeah, man. Yeah, but that was before he's killed all the people or while he was killing people or whatever. I'm just saying. Man. It's a shame. Too much politics involved in some of that crap. Just go online to the University of whatever online and get yourself a degree and don't worry about it.
Well, I bet Liberty would take him in a heartbeat. They'd love him.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I went to Liberty. Great school. Great school. I enjoyed my time, although it was all online. I enjoyed my time at Liberty.
Me too. I'm a season ticket holder.
There you go. Was you disappointed the Steelers didn't take your boy?
I actually wanted the Seahawks to take him and have him sit on the bench for a couple of years, but
yeah,
I think he'd done well at Pittsburgh doing the same thing.
Yeah, I'm hoping that that Kenny Pickett will sit a couple of years behind Trubisky, and then when Trubisky's done after his 2-year contract's up, we'll kick him to the curb and we'll have a seasoned guy ready to go. But you know how them first rounders go, man. They got to get him playing because we're paying him all that money. We don't pay him that money to sit on the bench. Well, yeah, you do. You know that you paid Roethlisberger all that money to sit for an entire year. Might have been hurt, but that's okay. He still sat for the whole year.
Yeah, I think almost all rookie quarterbacks benefit sitting on the bench a year.
So much.
Not everyone, but most of them.
So much. Roethlisberger was flying by the seat of his pants that first year he played, but even then, he wasn't supposed to start. Injury forced him to start, and he just happened to have an incredibly good rookie year that never looked back. Oh, crap. Are you serious? Don't do this to me. Oh, that's Twitch. Okay. It's like, why is my stream cycling? Oh, that's Twitch, not my stream. But we have weather here. We had it earlier, so hopefully it won't come back. Oh, we got out there. Let's take a look and see who's out there checking us out. Oh, it's all of our players. It's like we got a couple folks out there that aren't our normal players, but looks like Excel lurking in the background.
99 degrees outside. All right. We'll see
Really?
you later.
All right, brother. Drive safe.
Yeah. All right. Be right back.
All right. Now that Monkey's gone, we can talk about him. I think Iger should create an assassin character called Sanction.
Yeah, me and anti-paladin.
No.
Assassins and anti-paladins are my favorite.
Well, just an assassin. Creep! What's up, creep? Thanks for the lurk, chica. No, you need to have an assassin by the name of Sanction, and then you could call him the Iger Sanction. Did you never see that?
Yeah.
Okay. Spelled that. There you go. I was going to say you spelled that wrong, Ross. I looked up there and went, "We're number one." Oh, wait, I don't think that's what he meant to do.
I was doing that last night, too.
Yeah, I just forgot to hit the exclamation, hit the one instead.
Yeah.
Like, stupid shift key. Oh, I'm excited. So glad to have you guys back. Hopefully you guys will be able to finish up these caves tonight. We shall see what we shall see. A lot of heavy fighting getting through here, I gotta say that.
Well, I mean, all these classic modules are full of heavy fighting. Can learn all the fighting in Temple of Medieval. And they're not even in the temple yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, last week I went up into the Appalachians and played with a bunch of dudes from New Jersey to I don't know where. But it was a good time.
Nice.
It'd been more than 2 years since I played in person like that.
My daughter's going to run a game here at my house. She runs 5th edition, but I don't play 5th edition. So what she does is she takes my 1st edition characters and she converts all the roles and shit in her head so I can play with her 5th edition.
That's hilarious. Why don't you just create a character sheet of 5th edition?
Yeah,
I refuse to play 5th edition.
What's that?
Man, it's a solid.
No, you don't have to play. I'm just saying. Well, I'm just saying if she's using your character, why don't you just take the character and convert it to 5th edition so she doesn't have to do everything in her head?
Man, I ran 3 5e games.
Right.
Thursday through Saturday.
I'm a purist.
Hey, totally okay, man. Totally okay.
I'm playing everything, man. It's all good.
Yeah, the main reason I started 5th edition was because of my son needing somebody to run for his friends. So I started learning 5th edition, and then at the local game store, everybody was playing 5th, and if I wanted players, I had to get 5th. So, and I wanted my son to be part of the group. I tried to get him to play a 1st edition game with me, and he went and played one weekend, and it wasn't for him. He preferred the 5th edition because, mega gaming and shit like that. So I got to have a character that can't die. A 1st level character with 50 hit points and does 86 points of damage every hit.
I kill 5 NPCs all the time.
Oh yeah, you can. I'm playing in a play-by-post game 5th edition. I am a 15th level sorcerer. I had 127 hit points. One attack we just started the final arc of the campaign. I only did the last arc and now this arc. Apparently he started them at like 8th level and they worked up till 11th level, which is where I joined. Anyway, we're fighting a minion of the drow, and this spider drider bitch just hit me with 4 claw attacks and a bite with poison and did 120 points of damage to me in the first attack.
Oh yeah.
I was like, you little witch.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, but fortunately my character has where if he dies, he actually has a feat or a it's not a feat, but it's something similar to a feat, his skill, where he can come back with 50 hit points and he gives off this blast of energy to anybody around him. So even if the party members are, unfortunately, they'll get caught up in it. But that's like, I was kind of hoping she would take me down because I had Hellish Rebuke that did 40 points of damage to her, and then I could have done another 20 or 30 to her to hopefully kind of whittle her down. But yeah, the other characters that are tanks, I'm more of a sit back and try to attack and support the group. Those tank guys, man, it's like, yeah, he did 143 points of damage in his first attack round. I was like, dude, you need to come help us out because we're dying here. So,
so fun smell.
Yeah. All right, let's get ready to kick this thing off here. For once, I may not be late, so let's go. I don't even know. I guess I should look. Nah, screw it. I'm pretty sure it starts at like 2:43 or something like that. But here we go.
Well, hopefully I can find some essential oils today so I can start restocking my supplies.
And we are actually live now. Hello, everybody. Welcome to another episode of Agora Quest 21 Shots. I, Sean, am your humble host and DM for tonight's episode, as our pesky do-gooders continue to delve their way underneath and into the area of the slave lords, trying to figure out where the bad guys are so they can cut the head off the snake, as those that hire them ask them to do. But before we do, let's talk a little bit about who we are, what we do, when you can catch us, and all that other good stuff. Obviously, we're here Monday nights, 7:30 Eastern Standard Time till 11:30-ish, depending upon when us old folks start getting tired and have to break on out of here. But that's usually the standard. Right after the game's over, we typically hang out for a little longer. If you want to join us in Discord, head over to our voice channel, check us out, hang with us for a little while after that. Tonight, we're looking at who we're going to raid. Probably going to be the old standby, because I think the lady vampire herself, our resident creep of Twitch, is probably going to be the only one online that late, but we'll see. But like I said, hang with us tonight, and then afterwards we'll raid into somebody. Or if you're not into the first edition scene, we are here every other Friday playing 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons with our group there. Everything is in Greyhawk. Just depends on where we are. This group is sort of bounces around the neighborhood, whereas my 5th edition game is more campaign centric up in the land of Perrinland. So check us out. Same time, same channel, just a different day of the week. So hopefully you'll be able to join us at one of those two slots. This game is still looking for a first edition player to take over a thief or whatever. We have somebody that was going to, but he has not got back with me. So still plugging away, man. If you're interested in playing first edition, you got Monday nights free. You're not doing anything. Monday Night Football ain't here yet. So where else would you want to be than right here with us, checking out what we got going on? As you follow the stream, obviously you earn Twitch tokens, as you know, if you follow the stream. You can trade those in to give some dice rolls for our players. So trade your tokens in. 3,000 tokens will buy you a nat 1 or a nat 20. Give it to the player of your choice. Give it to the party as a whole. Let them sort it out. Or if you really want to show love, I am always willing to take a nat 1 or a nat 20 that we can beat up the party with. During combat, that allows the player to just either say, here's my nat 20 or nat 1, or if they roll the dice and it's not particularly effective, they can use that dice to replace the roll after the fact. So however they want to use it, it just basically allows them to replace the die roll or my die roll. If I crit them with the nat 20 and they have a nat 1 on hand, they can say, no, sir, let's make that a nat 1, and then poof, they're good to go. We also have a thing where if you want to cheer for your favorite player or DM, for every 200 bits that are cheered, we add a +1 to that player or DM's stat sheet. That does not go away. If you buy a nat 1 or nat 20, that is for tonight's session, unless it happens late enough where we go ahead and keep them and roll it over to the next session because a party or I did not get a chance to use them, i.e. there was no combat or nothing that required dice rolling, so we weren't able to use those dice. We'll carry them over. We do have a couple that carried over from last stream. I'll remind the players once we get started. However, if you're going to spend money and actually cheer bits, then we're going to go ahead and make sure that those will carry over. But no player can ever have more than a +5, right? So again, same rules apply. Anytime they need to roll a dice, if they want to use that bonus that they've got, they can, up to and including a +5 if they've had that many assigned. Obviously, if you haven't followed us before, please do so. Click that follow button, hit the little bell thingy or whatever it is that Twitch requires you to do so you get notified whenever we're live. You can head us out over on our on Discord to see whenever we're going live. You can go to our Twitter page to see when we're going live. I always launch something usually the day of, as well as whenever we actually go live. I'll tweet something out so at least you know when we're going live and you can come check us out. We do have a merch store if you want to go check that out, streamelements.com or store.streamelements.com/AgoraQuest. All of this stuff I don't expect you to remember. There is no quiz after the show tonight. All you have to do is go to our About page on Twitch and it's got all that information for you, all the links up to and including our Greyhawk Creatives. We are a member of the Greyhawk Creatives group, headed by the one and only Lord Kasumba himself. If you head over to that, if you go to twitch.tv/team/Greyhawk Creatives, you can actually see the list of all the great Greyhawk content that's getting published by everybody out there. Lord Kazuma, Anna Meyer, Wicked Studios, ourselves. Obviously, there's a bunch of folks out there. Armin, if you're on New Zealand time, go check out Armin. He's got a great D&D stream as well. So yeah, man, there's all kinds of stuff that you can do when it comes to Greyhawk content. So I encourage you to go check all of that out. We have been gone for a week or so, obviously with the holiday, and then of course I was on a little mini staycay on a long weekend with the wife, just because we wanted to get away. So we didn't game on Monday, we didn't game on Friday, and then we came back. And I came back for the long weekend, so I was gone that Monday for that. And then Friday was our off week. So now we are back this week and this Friday, back at it. A lot's happened since the last stream, at least as far as I go. This past week, I was one of 67 in my company to have his position impacted by reallocation of resources. For lack of a better term, we were let go. I am not going to bitch, moan, and complain about it. Stuff happens. But personally, I'll say it out loud, I think the way that it was handled was kind of crappy. I've been laid off before, but never have I had a corporate meeting that tells us we're going to have layoffs and that in the next half hour, you're going to get an email letting you know if you were impacted or not. So you got to sit there for 30 minutes wondering if you were one of the ones that's getting cut. I've always had the job just yanked out from underneath me, and then they have a meeting and says, hey, by the way, if you didn't already see, we've been impacted by a round of layoffs. So every company does it different, apparently. Everybody's impacted differently. Me personally, as a software developer, there is just too much work out there for me to stress. So here we are. I need to game. I need to beat up on players. I need to take lives and take names. So that's what we're going to do tonight. So I appreciate you guys hanging out with us. As always, we have some of the finest that the interwebs has to offer in terms of gamers. Zadkiel is off on an errand. He will be back. So for those that know, Monkey Boogers, he has his own channel. Check him out. But he is Zadkiel the Righteous, our paladin. So he is going to be a little delayed, which is going to be unfortunate because by the time he gets back, we're probably going to be right in the thick of it because we're going to talk a little bit about what happened last couple of sessions and where we left off at our very last session. But I want to welcome everybody back, starting with you, Ronnie. Appreciate you coming back and not bailing on me for being out for basically 2 weeks of game time. I appreciate you grabbing your spear, getting your essential oils, and getting ready to kick ass and take some names, man. I appreciate you coming back.
Well, I didn't want my leaves to wither. And so here I am.
All right. Deglin, welcome back, sir. How have you been these past couple weeks? This is Iger. For those that don't know, he's our resident cleric of Joskar. Basically, he's a human dwarf because that's how I would describe it. But anyway, how you doing, dude? Welcome back. And of course, he's not going to talk to us now. He's walked away from us. I was going to say, you walked away from us just as I'm talking to you, man. I just welcome you back, dude. Trying to kill a little bit of time so Monkey can get back, as well as kind of welcome everybody back. And you put me on a spot, and I had dead air. If we were in radio, I'd be fired on the spot. I'd have some producer walking out here going, "Get the fuck out." We don't have dead air. You're done. So welcome back, dude. How you been? You all right?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good.
Got your armor done? You got yourself beat up? Nothing going on with that yet?
Not yet. They just all got back from that trip up to Maryland. I didn't get to go because I was passing a kidney stone.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, that's good though. That was my fault. I gave it to you. It was a curse from one of the wizards. Left you. And last but not least, Ross, my man, Varys Melian, our resident sticky-fingered elf, man.
Yeah.
Welcome back, man. Welcome back. Appreciate you not bailing on us.
Yeah.
I know we were out for a couple of weeks.
Oh yeah. I commit.
Right? Exactly. So, well, good, man. So let's talk a little bit then about what happened previously. If you have not been with us for a while, our party has been under the employ of a priest by the name of Macaro, who is a priest of Tritherion. And this priest of Tritherion has an underground railroad where he's been snatching up slaves and getting them released back into the wild, so to speak. And our party was hired by him way back a few weeks ago in the town of Highport, where they helped him plot a route, an alternate route for his underground railroad, because the city of Highport, which is run basically by the slavers, was kind of onto what was going on, and so they were putting the clamps down on people coming in and out of the city. So he hired the party to help him. They did so, but when they went to get their pay, they found that their employer had been captured by these slavers as well, and so they took out after him, eventually tracked him down in a stockade, which was a few days inland into the Pomarge, which is the wild area of the world of Greyhawk, if you're not familiar. Overrun with humanoid tribes galore. The slavers have their headquarters somewhere in smack dab in the middle of the Drakenskrab Hills, where our party is currently located. They managed to release Macaro. They got back to Highport, reprovisioned themselves, and now are sneaking their way into the hills. They discovered an entry into the mountains that went into sort of like these cavern cave mine area. And apparently it's sort of a sneaky back way entrance into the slavers' headquarters. And so our party has been working their way through. Last week, they managed to overcome piercers and gnolls and what we call hyenodons, which are just huge, massive. Think of a mastiff, but like 3 times the size. They're hyenas that big. They're just huge. And they managed to take out that group of critters. They then waded their way through this white mucusy muck stuff that they realized you could actually breathe. It was so oxygenated that you could breathe underwater, and they walked their way across. The downside to that was once that stuff dried off, it sort of became like, I don't know what you want to call it, almost like a plastic that was wrapped around you, and you had to peel it off you a little bit of a time, and they wasted a lot of time doing that. But they did discover a magical blade, a short sword that Varys currently wears on his hip, and while that blade is sheathed, the wearer is invisible themselves, as if they were under the effect of an invisibility spell. Once you draw the blade and attack, you then become visible, although the blade itself is always invisible. And so Varys now has that blade on his hip, leading the way down the tunnel. Although the party can't see him, at least they know he's there. And then lastly, you guys managed to just recently discover a rope that was hanging in the middle of a room, and when you pulled on that rope, the floor dropped away, dropping whoever was on the floor into about a foot deep of acid. Fortunately, nobody was affected, and you guys managed to rig your way across the room, where you came into a tunnel that was 10 feet wide, running straight to the east. And as you came down to the end of the tunnel, you found that it opened up into a large 50-foot by 30-foot-ish chamber. And that chamber doesn't appear to have anything in it except for a statue of a creature that you recognize. It looks like a roper. A roper is sort of a stumpy tree-looking thing, about 5 or 6 feet tall, a couple of feet around, and it has these tentacles on it. And these tentacles of a roper can stretch out all the way across chambers and attack you from afar. But this one appears to be made of stone. And at the base of this creature, you can just barely see that there is a hole in the floor that the statue itself appears to be covering. So, with all of that being said, party, is there any questions about anything or anything that I may have missed that that you guys want to bring up, or any questions that you may want to ask before we get started tonight? Again, I'm just killing a little bit of time here, trying to allow Monkey plenty of time to get to where he's going and get back before you guys continue into the rest of the adventure.
Mm-hmm. And you said,
Go ahead.
Oh, you said the statue is only partially covering the hole?
Yeah, the hole, you can see that there's probably 6 or 7 inches of the hole that are extending on your side of the statue, right? It's not behind it or on the side. It's sort of like somebody was pulling it over to cover the hole and they stopped a few inches short. You could just see that there's a hole in the floor. But there's only about 2 or 3 inches, right? So there's no way you would be able to fit through it. It's not big enough for that.
Yeah, we'll have to move it or whatever. Yeah, okay. I'm just looking for any other enemies.
Right.
Are there any boulders or loose rocks around in this area?
This room is completely void of anything. There's a little bit of dust on the floor, but that's about it.
All right. God. Ooh, do that. I want to take a. I got an idea. I want to take a spike.
Okay.
Like an iron spike.
Okay.
And just chuck it at the roper.
Okay. Go ahead and move yourself up to where you're gonna.
There. I can throw up to 160. So
yeah, I know you can. Okay. Go ahead and roll it to hit. Armor class 4. No, let's do armor class 7. It's like stationary. It's not like it's going anywhere, but it should be easy hit.
All right.
Go ahead and roll that dice.
I'm just gonna roll the 20-sider because it doesn't let me. We're not in combat currently.
Yeah, that's kind of silly. Yep, just go ahead and do that.
An 11.
Plus your strength bonus.
Oh, that'd be 14. No, wait a minute. Back up. Yep, so 14.
14. Boom! The iron spike smacks against it, and it hits it. It has a thud, a heavy, thick thud sound. Doesn't really sound like hitting on stone, though. So, although it looks like it's made of stone, maybe it's just the coloration. But it doesn't budge at all. It's just sort of sitting there.
DM, does this abomination look anything like I would be able to pick up with my druidic knowledge?
So you've heard of creatures known as ropers, but give me an intelligence check. Just give me a D20 and compare it to your intelligence. Yeah, you just know that you've heard of these creatures. You know that normally when they're alive, they've got like 6 arms, and each one of the arms can attack. But any more detail than that, you don't know anything.
Roger. All right, well, I think that I'm going to light an oil flask and hurl it up there just to see how if it's playing. What are they?
Yeah, we need to know if it's playing possum. Yep.
Right.
Yep.
I was going to slay a stone, but
that's what I was trying to use the spike to see if I can get it to do something.
That is your oil flask attack?
That is my flask. Yes, sir.
Okay, so hang on just a second. I gotta double check on what is the splashing? Go ahead and roll a die 8 in case you miss, so we know where it splashes. You have that handy to know where that.
Grabbing it right now. I think it was,
All right.
78?
Something like that.
That is a miss to the right.
Okay. So you guys watch as the as oh my god, as Ronnie, thank you. God, it's like, I keep wanting to say Loquacious walks up, but Loquacious isn't here anymore. As Ronnie walks up and he launches and misjudges it, and it lands just over to the right, and it splashes. And as it splashes, suddenly you see the eye move, and all 6 of the tentacles lash out. 3 of them right at Varys, 3 of them right at Ronnie. It doesn't quite see around the corner there. It can't quite see the priest, but there are 6 tentacles headed that direction. Let's go here. Right. Time to hack and slash. All right. So here's how it's going to go. Go ahead and roll a D4 for me for fire damage. Or I'm sorry, it's a splashes. Yeah, D4. Splashes D4. Hey, man. Appreciate the follow, Dragon. All right. As the oil splashes onto it, catching it on fire just momentarily as the flames burn out on the very apparently thick, stony-like exterior of this creature. However, you could see now that it is actually just like a roper, only a roper that appears to be made almost of stone. So you did 3 damage. Oops, I think this is the wrong. I apologize. I think I had, when I put the information in there, it had the wrong amount of, I want to double check. Yep, nope, that's right. Okay, so you did 3. All right. So, as I said, the fire sort of splashes on it, and these 6 tentacles come out against it. So, I'm going to do the first tentacles against, these first 3 attacks are going to be against Varys. So, 1.
Can it see Varys if he's invisible?
Well, you don't know, but apparently he knows he's there because a tentacle is going right at him as the first tentacle misses. As the second tentacle misses. Nat 20. Nat 20 as he does 12 hit points of damage to Varys. Varys, I need you to give me a Constitution saving throw, please. Well, I'm sorry, saving throw versus, I believe it's, I want to double check just to make sure. No, actually, there is no save on this first attack.
Oh, man.
As it hits you and everybody watches, one of the tentacles just suddenly strikes right where you didn't even realize he was standing there, but right where Varys is, and it hits him. And suddenly you hear Varys cry out, and then you can just barely see an outline of him as it looks like this sort of a coating of some kind is now covering Varys. As Varys, you are now petrified temporarily.
Oh, man.
The next three attacks are going to target Ronnie.
AC 6.
AC 6 it is. .14. That first hits as you suffer 6 hit points of damage. And I'm going to see the other 2 tentacles. I want to... Yeah, I think that's right. You can feel as this thing strikes you, Ronnie. You're able to feel it. It's almost like getting hit with a huge sledgehammer to the chest, but at the same time, that sledge has some kind of a needle-like injector on the end of it, and you feel this sort of as almost like a poison it injects into you, and you feel your body go completely rigid as you two are petrified. And let me see. 7 misses the second tentacle. As the other 2 tentacles miss, so you suffer a total of 6 hit points of damage as it slams into you. However, Ronnie, you and Varys are now both petrified. And so I normally in a real game I would do this privately. However, Ronnie, you and Varys are going to be petrified for 1 round, and then the petrification wears off. However, after doing so, you guys will now be in the thrall of this Storoper, which stands for Stony Roper, and you will be attacking your own party to the best of your ability. Starting next round.
Well, that even sounds worse.
Yeah. So, hopefully you guys will be able to kill this thing in 1 round. Hopefully you guys will be able to kill this. Yeah, I know. I was looking at it and said, man, no saving throw in this thing. That kind of sucks, but it is what it is. If it hits, if it wouldn't have hit, you have been okay. But by being hit, unfortunately, there is no save. And I will metagame and tell you that at least it can only do it twice a day. So therefore, nobody else can be affected by this poison type stuff. However, you guys will be, to the best of your ability, trying to attack and kill your party members. So, let's have some fun. Let's roll for initiative, shall we? As the Roper himself gets the initiative first, as it slowly... gotta move. As he slowly moves to where he can see, and as he moves, you see that the hole itself is completely uncovered. It's about 5 or 6 feet around, and it kind of leads into some chamber or something below. As it sees Deglin, he then targets Deglin, and all 6 attacks are going there because it knows that the other 2 are now going to be fighting for him. So 6 attacks against, what's your armor class?
-2.
Yeah, -2. I want to double check. It is a 6 hit die creature. Against -2, it needs... Oh, that 15 should have hit. So it rolled a 15. So that 15 should have hit. Yep. So he's going to do 6 hit up to 6 hit points of damage. At least I'm doing some damage good. 6 hit points of damage to you on the first attack. Second attack. Actually, I'm going to only go... I'm going to double check and see what the distance is, to be honest. I'm going to go from here. Yeah, so he'll be able to hit the Paladin. So 3 attacks on Deglin and 3 attacks on our Paladin. So let's do this attack then. Needs a 15 or better. Oh, another hit. As you suffer 4 more hit points of damage. And finally, the third tentacle misses. So a total of 10 hit points of damage you suffer. As the other 3 go after... Why can't I remember never remember Tarikas' name? That's like Zadkiel's name, I mean. It's killing me. Alright. Nat 1. Nat 1. And a 4. And a 16 hits for 4 hit points of damage to the Paladin. So it brings him to 44. Yeah, 16 hit. Okay. Alright. So now, Deglin, you're up.
I'm going to charge it and hit it with my hammer.
All right, go ahead and go. Its armor class is 0. So whatever your Thaco is, sir, whack away.
Come on.
You can do this.
I'm going to try. It's a large creature or none?
It is a large creature. Let me double check, but I'm pretty sure it should be. I'm going to say probably is, even though it's only 5 feet tall, but it's pretty big around. Let me check. Size. No, it's a medium. Sorry. It is a medium creature.
go. Didn't it roll?
I don't know. You just want to roll regular dice?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to. It's not rolling. All right.
Kills me.
20.
Just roll a 20 side and add your +3 and then your strength bonus. What's is it? It's not a magical hammer, right?
No, it's just silver.
Okay.
So I rolled a 13, which I think I need an 18 to hit. So no.
Really? Your THAC0's 18?
I'm a cleric. Let me look at it.
Holy cow! I think you're right. Yeah. 18.
Yep.
Yep. So that attack misses. All right. Anything else that you want to do other than that? Because the paladin's charging in too.
It would only be no. Well, maybe just stand off to the right a little bit.
Okay, that's fine. All right. And who is next? Oh no, Varys, you're up.
I go past them, Arthur.
Okay.
There's a attack in my party member. That sucks, but
Now, just so you know, in order to get actually behind him from where he's at, you're going to pass through Zadkiel, where Zadkiel would get a attack of opportunity on you, because where you're at right now isn't really behind him. You'd have to go 5 more feet.
I'm invisible, right?
Oh,
So
that's true. You are correct. I forgot about that. Yep. Go ahead and go.
Sorry, man.
His armor class is 5.
Just using my longsword.
Oh no! As you
I see this could go south real quick.
yes, sir. Oh man, serious damage.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing, so I'm like, no.
Yep, in your mind you're like, master, I am taking these enemies away from you. All right. As Arthur screams in pain.
The sword comes up to his hip.
Yep. Whoa! As he's like, whoa! But you are now visible at least.
Yep.
All right, Ronnie, you're up.
All right, DM. Ronnie's going to pull out a little piece of metal and rub it between his 2 hands.
Yep.
Shish boom ba. And cast heat metal on Zadkiel the Righteous.
Oh, no. All right. Go ahead and read me the heat metal rules again.
Okay. So it excites molecules in Ferris. He's wearing armor, so that's what it's going to affect his armor and his sword and all that. The first round, the effect is...
His sword, it won't affect because his sword's made of wood.
There you go. Okay. Well, it might burst in... Well, that wouldn't burst in.
It's magical, yeah. Yeah.
So on the first round, his suit of armor will just get very warm and uncomfortable to the touch. That will also be the same effect in the last round, in the 7th round. But in the 2nd and 6th round, it will cause blisters and damage of 1 to 4 hit points. And then in the 3rd and 4th rounds, it causes searing pain of 2 to 8 hit points.
Okay.
Just a point of reference, Zadkiel is wearing a ring of fire resistance.
Yep. So he'll...
I would probably know that, right, DM?
You know what? A little late now, but yeah, now.
Well, if I would know that, I would have cast chill metal instead.
Okay, we can do that. I'm fair with that. So you're just going to cast a chill metal as opposed to...
It does slightly less damage, but the rounds are the same. Although that 4th and 5th can cause amputation of fingers, toes, nose, and ears.
I like it. If he has to make a saving throw or something, right?
Well, no saving throw.
So it doesn't say that you have to amputate and stuff, though, does it?
It says amputation of fingers, toes, nose, and ears.
Our magical armor, does he wear magic? I think he has +1 plate, doesn't he?
Let me double check his inventory.
Yeah,
He has plate mail armor and a +2 shield, as well as his +1 cloak. So he may end up trying to fight for a couple rounds and then end up having to take it off and just fight with his shield. But all right, so you cast chill metal upon him, as you can see the frost beginning to sort of form, as Zadkiel gives you a weird look like, what are you doing attacking me? As he looks with horror of the blades that's pierced through the hip and side of Arthur. So Arthur, believing that, oh no. See. Yeah, we need to try to kill this thing, so I want to see if he can.
Well, he did get hit this round, DM.
He did. He did. But that's, but I mean, he didn't have a spell that he was able to cast anyway. It was sort of the.
Now, do Varys and I get credit for a TPK if we help kill the non-charmed members?
Sure, exactly.
We become a high level.
Yeah. Yeah.
We might each go up a level because we just have to share that EXP between us.
Yeah, I'm really debating on what we can do here. I wanted to cast. I don't know if your hit dice is. You're like a 6 hit die, right, Bryce?
Yeah, I'm 6th level. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, hey, man. So that won't affect.
AC is 2.
Yeah. I'm just debating on if I want to do a web or something to kind of pin.
I mean, he could do that.
Yeah, but I mean, the problem is that
he needs to kill the roper.
yeah, need to kill the creature. So I don't know. I think that's probably all he can do because he doesn't have fireball. So he is going to. All right. So here's the situation, Zadkiel. Now that you came back, you guys came in and you saw this creature. It looked like a statue. Ronnie threw a flaming oil flask and it splashed and it apparently got its attention, and you realize that it was a stone. It's a roper, but looks like it's made of stone.
Stoper.
Yes, and so Ronnie and Varys were both hit by tentacles from this thing, and they were injected with some kind of a poison that the roper now controls their minds, and now they are attacking you guys. And Varys just backstabbed Arthur and almost killed him. Arthur's down to 2 hit points. And so it's Arthur's turn now, and all he can do is what he can do, and he is going to blast the roper with 3 magic missiles. So that's what he's going to do, is he's going to cast the magic missile spell because he can't do anything else. If he tries to move away, he gets attacked and he dies. If he tries to do web or something like that on the roper, which he could, then he still is going to be attacked, right? So I don't know what else he can do. Oops, wrong spell. So what happened?
See what happens when I'm not here?
Yeah, I know. So he is going to
it looks like he's taking this last moment to read something important and then die.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's what I was just doing. So, all right, here he goes. He's going to cast his magic missile. And does a whopping 10 hit points of damage to the creature. All right. That's all he can do is cast his magic missile. And now it is Zadkiel the Righteous's.
Okay.
You know that the roper, there's 2 things that you have before you. You know that the roper is controlling their minds, so they're attacking you guys.
You have a spell on you too.
You have a spell on you that as of this as at the end of this round, the armor you're wearing is becoming frozen, and after the first round, it's uncomfortable. The second round, you start taking a little damage. Third and fourth round potentially could cause frostbite to the point where you're going to lose fingers and toes. So probably the third round, you're going to have to try to remove your armor and just fight with your shield and sword.
So this spell, what was it?
Chill metal.
Chill. Who did it? The roper?
No, Ronnie did. Ronnie is mind controlled, as Varus is also. They're both mind controlled, and they're attacking you guys on behalf of the roper.
So I didn't make a saving throw?
There is no save on the chill metal. It's not a saving throw condition on. It's heat metal, but it's the reverse of heat metal, called chill metal. So there is no saving throw against it. So like I said, this round and next round you can take damage, but it's only a little bit. It's like a die 4 damage or something like that. The round after that's where you start suffering potentially serious damage with complications of frostbite. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. So right now, you've got sort of a decision. You can go after the roper, but you also saw that Ronnie just appeared and backstabbed Arthur, and Arthur is critically wounded. So it's your choice. You know that they are controlled by the roper, so logic would say kill the roper, but at the same time, you've got the moral dilemma of Arthur is severely wounded and could die if you don't kill the roper quickly.
Well,
or heal him.
Yeah, well,
you have that moral dilemma.
Yeah. I can't see everybody, so I'm not sure where everybody's at. I only see Deglin and the Roper and Ronnie. That's the only people I see on the screen.
We'll move over a little bit. Maybe you can see us now. I just moved everybody over a little bit just so you can see. You're standing. Yeah.
If he breaks contact with me, DM, do I get a free shot?
Yes, you do. If he goes after the Roper, then you would get an attack of opportunity on him.
Well, I'm going to attack Ronnie.
No, not Ronnie.
Attack Ronnie?
Or who's the rogue? Or
no, Varus is the rogue. Ronnie is the druid. And if you go to attack Varus, Ronnie will get you with an attack of opportunity, right? So, I mean, it's up to you. You have many choices that you can do. You don't necessarily have to attack these guys.
No, I'm going to attack the Roper.
Okay.
Because I'm assuming that if you said the mind control.
Yeah, it's a mind control.
Does my character know that?
You know that they both got hit by this thing, and suddenly they started attacking you guys.
Okay, so
no, Ronnie, it's not a +4. It's just a normal, regular attack against him. All right, so go ahead and move your token up to where the Roper is.
Yeah,
Ronnie, go ahead. Ronnie, first of all, Ronnie, go ahead and roll your attack. As Ronnie misses with a nat 1. As he is swinging wildly, he has no idea what he's doing, but he knows that he has to kill. All right, go ahead and you get your attack. Don't forget your +2 bonus on your attack on the Roper as well.
Do we have any +20s?
Yes, you guys actually do have. The party has a nat 20. Let me double check here for tonight's session. The party has a nat 20 left. I have a nat 1 and a nat 20 at my behest.
Well, the party objective, I use the nat 20.
Nope.
Ronnie objects at this moment.
All right. So the party is using their nat 20. Go ahead and roll your damage for your sword.
Let me look and see.
First, just do the sword, then double. Well, actually, it's roll your damage and add. You're using a long sword, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so roll your damage and add +8 to whatever that is. So you get a die 8. Oh, there you go. 8 plus 8 is 16. Plus the sword is 2. That's 18. And then whatever your strength is after that.
He rolled a D12. It's not large, no, right?
Oh, yeah, you're right. It's not large. You should have only rolled a D8. But you know what? We'll take it as an 8. That's fine. We'll take it as an 8. I'm fine with that because he didn't go over the max. We'll just say that he got max damage on a die 8. Just because I'm a friendly DM like that.
Oh, I just saw the big tokens. I just assumed it was.
Yeah, no, it's not a large creature. It's only considered. So 8 plus 8 is 16, plus 2 for the sword is 18, and then whatever your strength bonus on top of that is.
Plus 3.
Plus 3, so that's a total of 21.
Yes.
Oh. As you massively slash through this thing, slicing through 3 of its tentacles, it now only has 3 that are flailing away. You could see the blood spurting. It's sort of this blackish brown ichor that looks like sap, but it's like very viscous and it's flowing almost like sap down down where its tentacles were and stuff. And it is shuddering violently as you nearly destroy this thing, but not quite. As we are back to the top of the order. Actions. Arthur.
Trying to hit it again.
All right. Arthur is going to try to drink a potion.
I'm going to try and end Arthur.
You can try to.
Since I'm still mind control.
Yep. So no backstab this time because he's got his back up against the wall now. All right. So you are going to. Deglin, you're just hammer time?
Yep.
Ronnie?
Spell DM.
I'm going to cast a spell. And Varys is going to end Arthur. Hey, man, we might be getting rid of our magic user sooner than we thought, guys. All right. Let us roll for initiative. Here we go. All right. So it looks like Deglin, you are up.
All right, here we go. Yeah, it's still not rolling. Tried it again.
Right. You may end up having to refresh or something like that, or log out or log in or something. But
right,
let's go ahead and let's go ahead after this. Yeah. Oh, as you slam into it, but your hammer thuds against this heavy, stony exterior of the stroper and does no damage to it at all. Varys, just your normal attacks now. 17 hits. Five hit points of damage as you manage to take down. Arthur collapses. Any movement after that?
Yeah. How far can I go?
You can move 10 feet.
Yeah, I'll move up here.
Okay.
Turn myself back.
Ronnie. Spell away, Ronnie.
All right, DM. Ronnie points at the cleric and begins mumbling under his breath, talking about kingdom, phylum, datum, up from the ground and out of the air. Encircle that monstrous friend of mine and cast summon insects at him. So it takes 1 round to go into effect.
Okay, so next round, a horde of insects will be swooping at Deglin.
I rolled a 33, as it says 70% chance of them being airborne critters.
Okay, so these are airborne critters that are coming at him. Mosquitoes, wasps, bees, things of that nature. All right, so next round. All right, Zadkiel, you are up.
All right, I'm going to attack the roper again.
Okay.
And I'm going to cry out, "Curse you, creature. Go back from whence you came." And I'm going to call my gods. St. Cuthbert to come and help me with this strike as I
Okay.
unleash.
Let's do it.
As I unleash. That would be
12 plus 2, 17, 16.
16.
As the paladin needs a 16 to hit as you strike, as your magical blade of wood slices through the heavy, thick, stony-like exterior of this creature. Roll your damage.
Dang, he has a 0 armor class? Damn.
Yes.
Alright. I'll roll the right die this time.
Yeah. Die 8 plus 5 hit points plus 2. That's 7 plus 3 more. 10 or... Yeah. 10 total. You watch in horror as your friends are taking down one another as they begin casting spells upon you, as the armor around you begins to freeze. Go ahead and roll the frost damage for me there, Ronnie.
All right, it is 1 to 2, so
Okay, just do a 1d2.
there's 2 points.
That's fine. 2 hit points. So, as you plunge your blade through the massive eyeball of this stroper creature, ending its miserable existence as it shudders and shakes, the armor around you continues to freeze, starting to cause damage. However, our two friends are released from their being mind controlled, and suddenly you, Ronnie, and you, Arthur, have no idea what's going on, but for the next 10 minutes you will wander aimlessly. I need you to roll an 8-sided dice, both of you, so I can tell which direction you are going to begin walking. So we go 1, 2. So Varys, you rolled a 3. So 1 is north, 2, 3. You begin walking into the wall immediately to your right. As you just sort of walk into the wall as if you're going nowhere. Ronnie, you begin walking south until you bump into the wall next to the body of Arthur, as you're just sort of wandering aimlessly, having no idea where you're going or what's going on. As we end our combat with the creature destroyed, you look back and you can see your two friends are just sort of wandering aimlessly, but more concerning, you see Arthur on the floor in a pool of his own blood, which is beginning to bleed out onto the stony floor where he lies.
All right, I'll run to him.
Okay.
I don't know where he's at, but I guess
He is. I don't know why you can't see him. He's like right. I mean.
Oh, and I refreshed. So I don't know.
That is weird that you can't. Hang on, just give me a sec. I'm gonna check your token here real quick. Light.
I don't have light on either.
I know that, but I'm just saying you have it. I'm just looking to see. You got it.
I'll tell you what I'm doing while you're doing that.
Yeah.
As I run up to him.
Now,
now I can see him.
Yeah, I just turned light on for your character so you can kind of see. So you could see he's lying in the corner.
My light.
What's that?
Now, as I run over to him, I look to him and I go, Arthur, you won't be needing these shoes anymore. I'm just kidding. I'm gonna
You're a dick.
I'm gonna lay hands on him.
All right. So you lay hands on him, and that gives him 12. Or you're a 6th level, right? You get 2 per level.
I'm 10. I'm still 5.
Okay, so you get 10 back then. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So he is going to be at 6 hit points now. However, he is going to be unable to function in any kind of a combat way for another 3 days. It's going to be 3 days of his where is, yeah, 3 days that he's not going to be able to kind of do anything. So
I'm gonna take my armor off.
okay, yeah, that was going to say because it's getting ready to cause some serious damage. The spell of insects ends with the combat. I'll go ahead and roll another 8-sided dice for me as you guys are sort of regrouping. So, Varys, you begin walking straight north. Ronnie, you sort of walk in a northeasterly direction and kind of wander into the wall. And you just, basically, you guys are going to wander around aimlessly for another 10 minutes or so. Actually, it's longer than that, but, for game purposes, it's going to be 10, 20 minutes or whatever. Give me a percentage. Actually, let's do this. Give me a percentage, please, both of you. And here's how it's going to work. From 0 to 30, you walk back down the Western Hall. From 30 to 60, you just wander around the big room aimlessly. And for anything above 60, you're going to walk right into the hole in the floor. So, Ronnie, you're just going to be wandering around the room aimlessly. Varys, right. You're wandering around, but you step to the hole, and literally, unless somebody stops you, I should say, you literally are walking for the hole in the floor. Yeah.
He walked right past me. So
yeah, you see him wandering. You see him wandering past you, and he's heading right for the hole in the floor.
So I grab him.
Okay, easily enough to grab him and send him wandering back around. Arthur is able to sort of stumble his way into the chamber, but you guys now find yourselves wondering.
Why does my head hurt? What's going on?
A little while. So somebody give me a D20 and give it a check against your intelligence. Okay, Varys now. As Arthur notices that where the creature was sliced open by Zadkiel's massive blow that ripped its tentacles off and sliced into its belly and stuff, it appears to have treasure inside it of some kind.
Ooh. Let's search.
Okay.
The Avenger.
Inside the creature, you find that there are, I don't want to say quarterstaffs, but they're similar to quarterstaffs, but they got a huge knotted end. They look like Billy Jacks, only a little longer, but they're knurled wood, right? So it's like if somebody would use it as a walking stick, but you can also use it like a club. There's 2 of those that are kind of in there. Additionally, you find 15 platinum pieces, and 5 highly polished red garnets. Initial look, you would say, is probably 100 gold apiece.
All right. Noted.
How are we looking at him?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, do we how do you estimate the gold piece value?
Oh, it's just one of those things. It's like you kind of, as experienced adventurers, you've had gems before, and you go, oh, I could probably get 100 gold for that. You know what I mean?
Well, once I'm not in my right mind, I might know as well.
Yeah. Yep. As Ronnie just sort of wanders around aimlessly, it takes about an hour or so before the full effects of the drug-induced stupor that the 2 find themselves in begins to or actually wears off. So by this time of clearing out the roper of its treasure, sort of binding and healing the wounds of Arthur. A little bit of rest and recuperation, as Arthur is actually going to... Oops.
I want to take a long rest.
Well, I'm definitely taking a potion of healing.
Yeah, I mean, I can give one to Arthur, for sure.
I got 9 back. So
I'm going to take one
Yeah.
myself.
Arthur's got 7 back. That leaves him at 13 out of 22. But it doesn't matter. Arthur is not going to be able to be any way, shape to fight anything. He can't cast spells. He can't do anything for a few days, because of the severity of the damage imposed by the blade of Varus.
Yeah, I'm apologizing to him.
He's not really. Oh yeah, he'll take one because he actually took one of his own.
Oh, okay.
But
I'll
he's
give him one too.
all right, because he's still down by
yeah.
Yeah, it's 8 more, so that'll put him pretty much back on track. And for those of you that are out there in chat world or in the Twitch world, we appreciate you guys hanging out with us tonight as we continue our foray in the caverns beneath the area of the slave lords. Our party is slowly trying to work their way through. For those that just joined us, you know that they've just had a terrible battle, and the battle was amongst themselves, which is kind of nifty. But they survived. And now you can see that the hole drops into a tunnel that runs to the northwest. It's about a 10-foot drop. But you can hang there and kind of drop into the tunnel below without taking damage, or there's nothing to really absolutely, you can climb down, but there's nothing really to tie the rope onto, although you probably could tie it around the roper. The roper itself weighs give or take 500 pounds, so it would probably hold weight of people climbing down. Zadkiel, you managed to avoid any other effects of damage from the cold that was induced upon your armor, and you're able to redon your armor before you guys begin climbing down the hole. So it's been about an hour. Fortunately, you guys have not been interrupted by anybody thus far.
DM, I'm going to flip the covering over my large pouch back and pull out Killer, my very small lamb, and hand it to Arthur and say, here's a comfort animal. Hug him. He will make you feel better.
As he takes the lamb. Is it a live lamb or is it a...
It's a live lamb. Remember, somebody gave it to me for doing a good deed.
I forgot about that.
I've been hiding him in my large pouch.
Gotcha. Oh, that's hilarious. Okay, let's do this. All right. But again, Arthur is going to be unable to perform his duties as wizard of the party for a while now. As you guys look into the hole, it's literally a drop down to a continuation passage that runs out of sight to the north and west.
Just a crazy idea, throwing it out there. Maybe we push the roper's body up against that hole, or not the hole, but the doorway, and then just stay here until the mage gets his powers back. It's just
3 days?
That might, yeah.
Well, at least a day or so, and let you all, the other folks, get spells back. And get the paladin's healing back.
Okay.
Because we might need that.
All right. As you guys decide to take yourselves a little bit of a rest, a little bit of a challenge.
And I told Arthur that he should probably have a last will and testament, possibly.
Well, DM, I don't know. But math, I'm not so good at math.
Okay.
But if they can move that stoner over there near the hallway, I have one final 3rd level spell, and I can cast Stone Shape.
Okay.
Which would do 3 cubic feet plus 1 cubic feet per level. So another 5, so 8 cubic feet, and I could form him into a...
Unfortunately, he's not really made of stone. However, they could plug the hole and you could then stone shape the walls and floors and everything around it to sort of fill in the gaps, I guess. That would be feasible, but this roper, it's a stony-like body, but it's actually not stone, so you could not stone shape the roper itself. However, it is big enough that it could, fit in the 10-foot gap right there, and then you could use stone shape to kind of fill in some of the gaps so nobody could come after you from that direction. That would be viable.
I like it. I'm gonna ask these guys to move that abomination as I prepare and start rubbing the stone to warm it up for its adjustment.
Okay. Let me see if I can find it. Where is it?
I assume Sandhill and Takeland can move that.
Yeah.
That belt. That belt's been very useful.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, where'd it go? I thought I had it in here. I thought I had a roper, or I guess I didn't save it, which is kind of silly me. I don't know why I didn't do that. All right, I'm just going to do this. This isn't the roper, but I'm just going to put this there. Just so that's where the roper is now. I thought I saved him in my little sheet of baddies, but apparently I didn't, so I can't replicate and put him back in there without taking some time to rebuild them, which kind of irks me, but that's okay. As you guys now have the roper sitting there, the last spell you watch, Ronnie, give us a little description on what you're doing.
I start rubbing the stone DM and whispering to Rilifane, Ralathiel that this cut stone needs to be formed and moved, and then I'm warming up those molecules, although I don't know they're molecules. I'm just warming it up
Gotcha.
And then moving it like Jell-O.
You guys watch as Ronnie begins to pray to his god, and he starts rubbing the stone, and where he's rubbing the stone, it becomes almost like a putty, and he sort of pulls the putty from the wall, and it forms this sort of like silly putty that where the corner of the wall is. Now he sort of extends it and stretches it, and he goes to the other side and he begins to do the same thing and bend and stretch. The corners of this stone become like putty in his hands, and he forms it as much as he possibly can. There's still a gap that's big enough for a person to crawl through, albeit a little with difficulty, but for the most part he completely encompasses this entryway so that nobody would be able to get in without a little significant funneling one at a time coming through, at least giving you guys a chance, a fighting chance of anything that may come through. But be that as it may, you spend the night completely recuperating. Your spells have all been recuperated. You have everything available to you now. If you are down hit points, you get 1 hit point plus whatever your constitution bonus is. And as I said, fortunately you guys were not interrupted last night. Arthur is back to his full maximum, but he's still going to be a day or so without being able to fully what's the word I'm looking for, without being able to fully participate as a member of the party, just because of the fact. So we're going to...
Yeah, after the potion I took in the rest, I'm only down 3 hit points, so I'm good.
Okay.
Now, I just want to let everybody know.
Ronnie's going to cast a Cure Light Wounds on himself.
Okay. Go ahead and...
perfect.
Nice. You get 6 hit points back. As it is now the next day, it is the 14th day of reaping. As you guys arise, break your fast, and begin to climb your way down into the hole again, I assume. I can only assume that's where we're going and what we're doing.
Yeah,
Am I correct?
I'm going invisible.
Okay.
Wait, did we?
Straight ahead.
So we're not gonna wait till Arthur gets his powers back. We're just waiting.
Well, you got another day. I mean, you can try to wait another day if you want.
That was the idea.
Oh, really? Okay.
If you
Okay.
guys don't want to, I mean, we can.
I mean, I'm in no hurry, but.
Okay. All right. All right. Another day passes as you guys sort of pace around, watching, ensuring. Every so often you hear what you think is something coming down the hall, but poking your head out, you realize that it's just echoes of your own thoughts.
I put my armor back on, by the way.
Yeah, I had assumed that. As you guys...
instead of using our own personal portions, I can create food and water by a spell, so
Okay.
we don't even have to use our rations.
As everybody's food is prepared exquisitely by the priest of Jaskar, you guys spend another, what you believe,
Hold
another
on,
full
Ian.
day.
I'm gonna put a fire trap onto the hole there, or the
Okay.
not the hole, but the tree area.
Gotcha. Okay. And then you spend the night recuperating, waking up in the morning refreshed. Arthur appears to be good to go as he is limping, and thank you for saving my life. As he kind of glances sideways at Verus. Your apology is accepted, but I am going to buy some flour and I'm going to throw it wherever I think you are, so I know where you are and I could see you coming. Please do not stab me in the back ever again.
Well, I hope never be
Because
mind controlled again.
I can make my fireball go wherever I wish, and your intestines are my next first choice.
Fair enough.
That's one spice of meatball.
I mean that's fair.
Okay, my friends, I think I am okay to go. Let us be done with this place. The sooner the better.
Agreed. I've had enough of these traps and.
Hey, just a quick
mind
question.
control.
Yes, sir.
Those clubs looking thing.
Okay.
Can we identify what damage they are?
So Arthur, yeah, they're going to be just like quarterstaffs, 1d6. Arthur actually quickly had cast. I should have said he casted detect magic, and he finds that one of the gems that you find is actually magical.
Oh, really?
Gemacine.
Nice.
What is that?
He just know it's magical. He doesn't know what it is. He doesn't have the identifies. He has the identify spell, but he needs a 1,000 gold piece pearl in order to cast it. He only had the one pearl, so he only had to identify that one time.
Well, can we look through the?
On the is the pearl used up? I thought.
Yeah, in first edition, it's considered to be consumed when you cast identify. 5th edition, they don't, but in 1st edition, it's considered to be consumed.
Cool. I'll modify the list.
So you look through the gem, nothing looks any different than what you can tell.
Alright.
Bless you.
So one of the 5 is magical.
Can we?
That is correct.
Can the gem see Varys when he's invisible?
No.
There's some other kind of gem. Wait a minute.
Hang
Wait a
on.
minute. Let me check
Wait.
my
Yeah, I need to.
Oh,
I want to double check its powers as well.
I don't have the detect magic ability yet. I don't know, whatever it is.
Oh yeah, for
I
thieves,
gotta
right?
hit a little higher. Yeah, as a thief, I gotta hit a little higher level.
Let me double check here. Yeah.
30%.
Oh, I take it back. When you look through it, you can actually see Varys. He is not invisible as you look through the gem. It has kind of this opaque look, sort of a reddish sort of hue around everything, but you can see through the facets that he is actually there, and you could see him relatively clearly, although he's sort of wispy as you look. You know, it's like one of a fun house, looking through a fun house mirror kind of thing, you know?
Right.
All right, man, go take your dogs out while my bird's squawking in the background. Let's go. Where to now, folks?
Somebody hold on to that gem so we can look at stuff in other rooms and make sure that we're seeing everything we're supposed to.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, why don't you take it? Because,
You want me to do it?
I've got enough stuff.
Yeah.
I'm usually following right behind Varus anyway, so
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, why don't you hold on to it?
all right.
That way you can see if I get in trouble.
Got it.
Right.
Too.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, if you had it, then if you were, and then where the fuck's Varus? I don't know. He's got the gem.
Yeah.
Damn,
It's
Elle's
like-
got to take everything.
It's like those three witches with the eye, you know?
Yeah. That's true. Stygian witches are my favorites. All right. So again, looking in the hole, you can see it drops down about 10 feet. It's just literally a collapsed portion, but it leads into a tunnel that goes to the northwest as you drop down in it. Who's going first?
I assume I am.
All right, go ahead and give me your climb walls. Oh, give me your find. So are you going to check for traps on the hole here or after you get down below?
Like right inside the hole.
Okay, go ahead and give me your find and move trap, or find traps, I should say.
How deep is the hole?
10 feet.
How wide is it?
Right about 5 feet-ish. So big enough for you to kind of clamber down into.
Is it
All
on
right,
the incline or does it go straight down?
No, just go straight down.
So I succeeded.
Yeah, so there is no traps in the hole that you find.
Cool. I'll climb on down then.
Go ahead and give me a climb walls check. Easily, you climb down as you see a tunnel leading to the north and to the west.
I will make a little room and wait for my companions.
I'm looking at him through the gem so I can see if he waves to us or not.
Yeah, I'm waving.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
All right.
So
How are you guys going to get down? It's a 10-foot drop. You just, I would say if you want, you can hang by your arms and then just let yourself go and drop down that extra few feet without suffering damage. It's only about, what, a 2-foot, 3-foot drop?
yeah,
It's really not that far. So eventually you guys all manage to clamber down. And you find yourselves in a tunnel leading straight ahead.
All right.
Look
I'm
for
gonna
traps.
detect evil while he's checking for traps.
Okay. Yeah, you sense no evil as you're moving down the tunnel, nor do you find any traps as you move down that first 10. Moving down the hallway, you go probably about, I don't know. Hang on a second. Let me go from here and just see. You go about 50, 60 feet down when the tunnel turns directly to the west.
Listen.
Okay, go ahead and give me a listen check.
Yep.
Yeah, you hear nothing. Nothing at all.
Looking for traps.
Okay. And again, you find no traps as you begin to move down the hall.
Peek around this corner.
Okay.
Listen again.
Once again, you hear nothing.
All these endless hallways.
One thing I like about you guys being able to move yourself. Okay. The hallway goes up for about 10, 20, 30, about 40 feet or so before angling to the north and to the west.
Alright.
I'm sorry, to the northeast. I'm sorry. Again, you can listen. You can see that the hallway goes, and there's a nexus up ahead, and you hear nothing as well. It's just the normal creaking, aching sounds of a relatively man-made, but it looks like it used to be natural work, but it's been smoothed out over time.
Well, I made the stop sign to Dalen.
All right, and then I put up my hand sign.
Okay, and everybody sort of
And
stop.
I'm gonna try and move silently.
Okay.
Take a look at this junction.
Okay, go ahead and give me a move silent check. Easily, as you silently and invisibly move your way around, you can see that the nexus leads down.
Oh my god.
And then hits sort of a Y section down to the south.
I'm gonna peek around this corner too.
Okay.
Alright.
You can see that the tunnel goes for about 50 feet or so. Well, yeah, 10, 20, 40 feet or so, and turns to the right.
I gestured to the north because I think the other ones probably do what we've seen before and circle around.
Okay.
So I suggest we try going this way for now.
All right,
Okay.
so we'll just follow you then.
All right, welcome back, Ronnie.
I'm gonna look up here.
Okay.
Damn it, I'm locked out again.
Make another check listening for trouble.
Hear nothing.
I'll walk around this way.
Hang on just a second. I gotta bring Zadkiel up to catch us.
I had to refresh because it.
Sorry.
That's all good, dude. I got you. I mean, if you guys don't move, I don't mind moving you, right? So we're just following Varys, really. As you continue to move your way up, Varys. Yeah, I don't think I put a wall there. That's why. Some of these I don't have walls on, which is fine. Oh. Arthur's just going to wait down here for you to come back.
Well, I think we should go this way.
Okay. Pass without trace.
He walks into the wall and he disappears. Yes, you hear and see nothing.
Damn, endless hallway.
Like it.
Checkmate.
At least. Why are you teabagging the priest?
Oh, sorry.
Get away from me, you freak!
What was the Church of St. Cuthbert?
Yeah, check out my cudgel.
Oh, damn.
I ain't no altar boy.
Stop it, I was.
I was too.
Really?
Yes.
Dead end?
It is. You find a dead end.
Look at the secret doors.
Go ahead and check.
I'm also going to look at the wall.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a check for secret doors.
I'm looking at the wall.
1 and 3.
Yeah. Yeah, you find nothing in this whole area. Nothing.
God damn.
I tell the party I think I found a message. It says, dead end, dead end, dead end, dead end, dead end.
I hit
Son of a
Daniel.
knucklehead. Yeah. I backstab him. He can't see me. Only the priest can.
Uh-oh.
There you go. As Arthur is standing there in the corner, huffing and puffing. I was trying to catch up to you. You're telling me I didn't have to walk all this way for no reason.
Yeah, it's funny. Goddamn endless. And
again, as you can tell that this wasn't made this way, it was more natural. So they probably were old volcanic chutes where the lava flowed. And so it's relatively smooth stone, but it doesn't have any like real man-made working to it.
I don't know what happened, but I got kicked out of the thing.
Okay, I got you moved. We're good.
All right.
Now I can't get back in.
I'll just wait for everybody
All
right
right.
here.
I got you moved there, Zadkill. You just kind of follow along as best you can.
Damn it, it's locked me out again.
Yeah, it's weird.
No.
Oh, there's a door here.
Yes,
holy
as you go down to the end of the hall, you find a door.
Listen.
Okay. Hear
There
nothing.
we go. Is it locked or trapped?
Does not appear to have a lock of any kind on it, so it's probably
Alright.
not locked.
Use the
Alright.
gem. Use the gem.
Oh yeah. You want to come look at it? Take a look.
Yeah.
What are we looking for?
I'm using the gem to see if there's anything different about the door.
Okay, gotcha. Does not appear to be different. Looks like a standard dungeon door.
Looks like a
Doesn't
standard
appear to be
dungeon door.
does not appear to be locked. Does not appear to be trapped, Varus.
I motion that I'm gonna open the door, and everybody be ready.
Okie doke.
All right, here we go.
You open the door. Inside, you can see
Not much.
an empty room that's 25 feet wide, 20 feet deep, with completely wooden walls. Think of paneling, only just wood, right? Like 2x4s, whatever. There is a wooden door on the opposite wall near the southeast corner. All the wood in this room is similar to knotty pine. It's old, heavy, full of knots in it. So it's like somebody cut these old knotty pines down and they stuck them up like planks of wood all about this entire room.
Oh, wood paneling.
You wanna have
Knotty
a look?
wood paneling.
You wanna have a look when you're gem?
Well, who am I to judge about its, freak on?
Yep.
DM, can I see anything about that wood that looks peculiar? Like what
No,
kind of axe
I-
wielding degenerate would chop down a tree to do that?
No, but I will say, I don't know why it's not showing it to you guys, but there
I don't
is
see
a
the
door
door.
right here.
Oh,
There's a
okay.
door right here. I don't know why it's not showing. It's on the map here, but it's not showing to you guys.
Yeah,
And
I
I
don't see it.
don't know. I don't know why. Hang on just a second. Give me a
Okay.
couple seconds to go back to my. Oh, that's why. Okay, hang on just a second here. Because I put the wrong kind of door there.
Why use the door when we can go through the walls?
Yeah, right. Give me a sec.
All right. Hello, everybody. Thanks for watching. We are glad you are here.
Don't forget to
It's
follow.
it's not letting me draw.
subscribe.
It's not letting me draw anything. I don't know why. Let me see if it'll let me do. Yeah, okay, so let me do that. Let's now go back and let's try this. There we go. Do this. Do that.
I see it now.
Yeah, I see a
Yeah.
door now. I'll
So-
use the gem. I'll use the
There we
gem
go.
on the door too.
Okay, and again, looking at the door, it's just a regular solid wooden door.
Listening for any noise.
Okay. Hear nothing.
Motion for everybody to be ready.
Okay.
And open the door.
The door, you go to try to open it,
Oh.
but it doesn't open for you. It's like the door itself is built into the frame. You know what I
Okay.
mean? It's
Yeah.
like it's a separate piece, but it's sort of nailed and bushed, so it looks like you're going to have to. There's no way to open it, so it's going to have to be bashed open.
Go ahead and take one. And step
Uh,
back.
I can use my hammer to do it, right?
Yeah, you can try to use your hammer. You can sort of use your strength in your belt to sort of push into it, etc., etc.
I just use the hammer.
Okay, go ahead and yeah. So go ahead and give me an attack against armor class 2.
Oh shit! I don't know what that is. Let me go look.
Just roll a 20-sided dice and add your strength bonus. You need the armor class 2. You need a 16.
16.
Nice. As you slam into it, the door sort of shudders on its hinges, and a little bit of it sort of flies away, but it is very sturdily built. You can continue to do this, and it will probably take a while, but you're more than welcome to continue battering at it with your hammer.
Will that one of opening open it?
Like the little. So those are typically for locked devices. This one doesn't appear to be locked. This one appears to be like built into the frame, so you either have to bash through it.
Doors, DM?
What's that, sir?
Is there a secret door?
Oh, you can do a search. You find no other secret doors. The only exit you find is this door.
All right, I'm gonna place my hand on Daglin's muscled shoulder and go, "One moment, kind sir."
Okay.
Okay.
And DM, now obviously it doesn't do as much of an area as stone shape does.
Okay.
But I can do warp wood.
Okay.
Which at my level might, I could probably do along the one side of the door and warp the plank so that we could push it open.
Okay. That'll work. So, sort of describe for me what you're doing and how it looks.
Well, similar to the stone, I am going to spit on my hands like Miyagi and then begin vigorously massaging one plank on the side of the door closest to the, one of the frames.
Okay.
And then drawing it by like I'm squeezing a plum in each hand along the seam of it,
right,
warping the wood.
You guys watch as he begins to do this. The wood shudders, cracks, and finally snaps, breaking free on the one end, revealing a slight view on the other side, Ronnie, and you see that the door itself is built as part of the frame, actually sits on a little railed track. So if you were to push it heavily, it would slide back along this track, right? Just like the door sits on a rail, and if you push it hard enough, it would allow it to be pushed backwards. However, at the far side, you can see another door at the end of the track, and that door has spikes about 3 feet long pointing in this direction, so that if you push hard enough, this thing would break free, slide along the rails, and then whoever's pushing it would probably like have their shoulder against it or something, and when they hit the far door, those iron metal spikes would fly through the wood of this door, piercing and impaling whoever was putting their brute force on this side of the door. But now that you can see that, you easily avoid the trap, and you manage to push the door out of the way and off its hinges, and you can now see on the other side this little hallway. And actually, it's not another hallway, it's like an extension of the room. It looks like this wood room was built inside of a larger stone room with another door on the other side of it. Plus 500 experience points. 100 apiece for avoiding the trap.
And I'd tell Daglin, sometimes you've got to make the tree bud instead of break the branches.
Me smash tree.
I have no idea what he is talking about, but it's a good job, I think, anyway, as Arthur walks over and pats Ronnie on the shoulder. I have no idea what you just said, my friend, but good job.
Well done, dude. I'm going to go take a look.
So you can see, as I said, this room is actually wood walls that are set inside a larger room. So it looks to be a 5-foot wide gap on either side of.
All right.
On either side, and there is a door here. On this side of the door, you can see that there are wooden spikes that are pounded, but they're facing you. So take care when opening the door, because the spikes, again, are forcing you, and you're standing where you can see these little tracks of rail tracks are set into the stone floor, and the other door rode along those tracks. And had you been, like I said, instead of smashing it or doing what you did, if you would have put your weight against it and just sort of shoved the door or battering ram the door with your body, you would have gone sliding around the tracks and been impaled upon the spikes of this door.
All right. Well,
So does the spike
go
door?
ahead, Taylor, and see what you want to do.
Well, does the spike door itself open?
Yeah, Yeah, you can see the handle. I'm just saying is don't like push against the door. Don't like jump against the door and push it, right? You have to pull the handle and push the door. It's easy enough to open this door. I'm just saying that. Find no traps or listen or that hear noise. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
what that
that was a fine trap.
Yeah, there is no trap, no other traps other than the trap door itself.
All right. Well, then, can we open it? Is it locked?
No, it is not locked. And as you open it, you see that it opens into a 10-foot wide hallway that runs for a few feet before turning left.
Look for traps inside the door.
Okay.
Like in this area here.
Okay. Yeah, you find nothing.
All right. I'm going to proceed and listen around the corner.
Okay. And again, you hear nothing because you are deaf as a doorknob.
Yeah. All right. Peek around some more.
Okay. You can see the hallway make sort of a dog leg up ahead.
Oh, yeah. More hallway fun.
Yep.
Listen at this corner.
Again, hear nothing.
All right. Oh, my. Another long hallway.
I think maybe we should have brought our horses with us.
Sure, about roller skates.
Can I summon my horse? Summon my horse.
Yeah. As you get down to the end, you can see that the hallway ends in a door.
Check it for noise.
Okay, you hear nothing. Although, it sounds like crackling fire coming from somewhere inside. There's a fire burning somewhere. But you find no traps on this door.
Well, I signal that there may be occupants beyond this door because I hear crackling fire. And we know gnolls and other things have had little
The door, I should have, a quick check does indicate that the door is locked.
Oh, it is locked too.
It is locked, yeah.
Alright. So, until I come back here
Okay.
and reappear and whisper quietly that we should prepare for when I unlock the door.
I'm going to cast Bark Skin on myself, DM.
Okay.
I'm gonna.
What does that make your armor class, Ronnie?
It only improves it by 1.
Hey, 1 is better than 0.
Yeah.
And I get some 1+1 for saving throws except versus magic.
I like it.
I tell Zankill and Declan to get up here. That's why I open the door. They ain't here to see me.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can unlock it.
Okay.
That might be a fail.
Oh, that does fail.
62 with the.
Yep, that does fail.
So, yeah.
You can use the wand if you want.
Or how sturdy does the door look?
The door looks very sturdy. It's probably going to take you several minutes to smash through it by your judgment or estimation.
I'll just use a wand and let them go in, and I'll try and sneak in behind them.
All right. As you break out the wand, make sure you remove a charge. I forget how many charges I told you it had.
It said 12.
12, that is correct.
1,200 charge. 1,200.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah. I'm sure if we had 1,200 charges, he would never pick another thing in his life. He says, screw it, use the wand. As you aim the wand and you recite the incantation, the door opens. Inside, you can see that this is some kind of a throne room. The room itself is 130 feet long, 100 feet wide, 30 feet to 40 feet tall, depending upon where in the room you look. You can see 4 rows of pillars that occupy, you can see 4 rows of pillars, 2 on each side of the room, with long space in between them, that is occupied by this huge reptilian creature with a heavy shell and a tail that looks like a giant mace. Anybody know they're dinosaurs? It's an ankylosaur. At the far end of the room, you can see a throne. Sitting on the throne is a huge, emaciated, gnoll-like figure whose evil eyes glow an amber color. The creature, you can see, bears a 7-foot-long flail with 3 massive heads. To the right of the great marble throne, you see 6 large gnolls, larger than normal gnolls, but they are still gnolls nonetheless, each one using a halberd. And to the left, you can see 6 leering undead creatures, ghouls by your reckoning. A loud bellow breaks forth from the reptilian creature before you as it charges. And that's where we're going to take a break. We're going to take our break a little bit early.
Don't need that fireball, Arthur.
Yeah. That is where we're going to take our break. Normally we take our break at 9:30, but I want to go ahead and take our break now because once we get into this combat, it could be pretty lengthy because it is a boss type of a combat. So that being said, I am going to, first of all, I'm going to move Arthur through the whole room so that you guys can kind of see what the room kind of looks like, where everything's at. I don't know. There we go.
Hey, that's a long neck. The shark tooth.
Yeah. Let me try to do this light on Arthur as well, so we just kind of light it up.
Is that the demon Prince of Knowles?
You can't get back out. Oh, there it goes.
Yep. So I am going to just now bring him back, just so you guys can kind of see the whole room, right? So that's just kind of what you kind of see now. This huge gnoll-like, emaciated gnoll-like creature. And we are going to take our break. For those that know, this is normally where we, or usually at 9:30 we take our break. It's a 15-minute break. So let me get my timer kind of set up here so we can get this took care of. And you can go get yourself a refreshment of choice, a beverage of choice, a snack of choice, whatever that may be. We will be back momentarily. Let me move this over into the break time. Until then, we're going to listen to commercials and listen to the smooth sounds of monkey boogers. Let's go ahead and want to set this on shuffle. If you guys don't know, our very own Zadkiel the Righteous, played by Monkey Boogers, created this little music on his SoundCloud, and he has begrudgingly allowed us to use his music. Actually, I told him if we couldn't use the music, then he couldn't play in the game, so he lets me do it, but just kidding. He has some really good stuff out there, man, so if you guys have not checked out his channel, please go do so. But as I said, our timer is now running 15 minutes. We will be back. Hopefully you'll be back with us on the other side as our party hopefully meets their last battle in the caves and caverns beneath the area of the Slave Lord. We will be back in a few minutes. Thanks for hanging with us. Don't forget to donate your Nat 1s and Nat 20s to the party while we're gone so they can have them for this combat. They could really use them. Just saying. Hello, my peoples. I am back.
Me too. I had to get some rum.
Sounds like a plan, my brother. Yeah, I don't think you were here early when I was doing the intro and stuff, Monkey, but I got laid off on Thursday.
What?
You didn't see me post that in chat? Posted it in chat like last week or this week.
Oh,
Got laid off on Thursday. That's all right. Doesn't matter. I am good to go. I have several opportunities that I'm going to be interviewing for this week and probably the next week. It's just a matter of which one I want to take. A couple of my old bosses called me back and was wondering if I would be open to maybe coming back there. So.
Well, I'm sorry, dude. I'm sorry that happened. I
Yeah.
know it's a-
It's all right. You guys lose your jobs every summer, so it's not a big deal, right?
That's true. We only get paid 10 months. You're right.
Yep. Yeah, as what I said before, the way things were handled, though, is probably the only thing that I have any gripe about. I will never criticize a business for making a business decision that's good for the business, if this in fact was a good business decision, but I've been laid off before, and typically the way it works is you get walked out, and then after everybody has their time with HR, then they will, hang on a sec. I was seeing if I could get rid of these ads. Let's just close that. I can mute it. It's about the best I can do.
Build it on Shopify. Sign up for a free 14-day trial at shopify.com/radio and start selling today. Shopify.com/radio.
Yeah, it's got to be because I'm not logged into an account. Anyway, places I've been laid off before, twice before. People get walked out, and then they have sort of this company meeting or whatever, saying, hey, just so you're aware, we had to do this. There were several of your teammates might have been affected and blah, 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 right? But if you're here, then, you're still here. And the way it went down this time was they had a company meeting, and basically he said, we have to cut a certain percentage of our staff. Here's the number of people that are affected. And in the next 30 minutes, if that's you, you're going to be getting an email for a follow-up meeting with HR. So I'm like, why would you do that to people, man? Why would you say, oh, sit by your email and wait for us to give you your fired email? You know what I mean? I don't understand why it was handled that way, but
I have an opinion about that, but I'll just keep it to myself.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Like I said, I don't begrudge them making a business decision. That's fine. I just, in this particular case, I was like, yeah, I don't know. I don't necessarily know I like how it was handled, but not a big deal. They gave us a little severance package. So at least it gives me plenty of time to find a new job, of which most times, the other two times I've been laid off, I had a job so quickly that I was literally double dipping. I was still getting paid my severance pay, and I got a new job making the same or more money than I was before. So it's like, whatever. We'll be back in about 1 minute, folks. Hopefully you guys will hang with us. If you haven't clicked that subscribe or follow button, please do so. Don't forget to turn your tokens in to give our players nat 1s and nat 20s if they need them, which they always will need them. And if you cheer, every 200 bits gives us a +1 on a dice roll. You just have to tell us who it goes to. And we have come back, my friends. Welcome, 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 everybody, back to Agora Quest 21 Shots. Once again, I'm Sean, your host. Welcome you back to the world of Greyhawk as our party seeks to continue their exploration in the caves beneath the Drakensgrab Hills, which then also lies beneath the area of the Slave Lords, which is where they're trying to get to right now. So let's see if they're going to make it. Party members, are we all back? Who's not back? Raise your hand.
The Nature Boy's in.
Nature Boy Ric Flair is here.
Woo!
I knew that was coming. I knew that was coming. All right, my friends. As you see these heinous beasts.
What is the gem show?
As you look through your magical lens, I will tell you what you see in just a second.
It's loading.
Yeah. It's loading. It's loading.
There's a little scroll bar on the side of the gem. It's like ding, 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 ding. Okay. Can I say that?
Sure. But
Hey,
we have
guys.
to roll. Yep, yeah, you can say it as we roll for initiative, as we start combat. You can say it as we begin combat.
Okay, so say it right now.
Yes.
Run.
No, hey, the Ankylosaurus is actually just a rust monster, and everything up there at the other end is just this old man
Ah,
sitting on a throne.
ah.
Well, most monster might bother his head kill, and you with the metal armor.
I'm not gonna use my hammer. I'm gonna use. I still got that studded freaking hammer thing. What was it called? I kept that thing from a long time ago. Oh, plus we got those two new ones. Those two new clubs.
Yeah, well, my weapons are magical, so
You want to use one of the clubs?
Can do that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you guys all have magical weapons. I don't.
I think
Yeah,
the rust
you got the
monster
gloves.
can it affect magical? Or no?
Yes, it affects rest monsters affect magicals. They all get saving throws.
Yeah, that's right.
But magical weapon, depending on what it is, gets a saving throw with its magical weapon, and if it's +2 and it fails, it goes down to +1, and then it fails, it goes
Right.
regular, and then it
Gotcha.
fails the rest.
Yeah.
Well, sling it then. Stone time.
Yeah. So this one says if the rust monster touches metal with its to hit, it rusts or corrodes the metal. Magical endowed items get a saving throw, a 10% chance of not being affected for each plus. For example, a +2 weapon or armor gets 20% chance of saving. Metal affected corrodes and immediately falls to pieces. So even magical items, it just doesn't reduce. It just says you get a percentage chance, and if you fail that percent chance, it corrodes just like anything else.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna just use stones then. Sling
All
it.
right. As everybody else sees that these creatures appear to be real, the only one who can see them not being real and him saying they're not real is Deglin.
Me.
So, first of all, as we begin our... Why did it not? Yeah, they gain first. Where's
But my sword's wooden.
But your armor is not.
No, it's regular
Yeah,
armor
this is my
anyway.
fault.
Don't matter.
All right. There we go. As now we need to state our actions. I do apologize. You should have done that first. Arthur is preparing a spell. Deglin, action.
I'm gonna, I guess, stay away from the rust monster
Okay.
and see if I can. How far can I? 90
Your movement's 90, right? With your chainmail? Is that what you're wearing?
plate mail, but I've
Plate
got
mail,
the,
so you move.
but I've got the extra.
You got the belt, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
the
so you
belt,
should be able. Your belt. So you should be able to move 90.
And each one of those squares is 10?
It's 5 feet.
Oh, it's 5.
Each square's 5. Yeah.
I gotta do that measure.
So if you click on the person
Yeah.
icon, there's a little ruler that's part of the measure distance, and you'll be able to measure distance.
Okay, clicked on him. Target. Do I have to right click?
What are you trying to do?
I'm just trying to see how far he is from me, and it's not.
Yeah. So let me show you. Can you watch on the stream?
Yeah.
So well, it won't show it over on the left hand side of the stream. You see the navigation bar and the token control. So if you go all the way to the top one on the left hand navigation bar, it says token controls. It looks like the person, if you mouse over that, it opens up another little set of icons, and you can see there's a ruler there. So you move down and click that ruler, and now when you go to measure, you just click where you want to start, and then
there it goes.
Yeah. The only thing you have to remember is to go back and click on the person, or click on the top one. Otherwise, you won't be able to move your token. It'll just try to measure again.
Right. So it's saying 85 feet. So I could run that whole distance.
Yes, you could. However, you would be going right past the rust monster.
You're gonna rush into all that?
It's not real. It's only an old man on a throne.
Ah.
At least according to you.
Unless the gem's lying to me.
It's a cursed gem of seeing what you want to see.
Right.
All right, so that's going to be your action now, is you're going to run up there and try to attack?
Yeah. If I can somehow get it to release it.
Yeah,
I clicked on the person thing and it's not released.
Yeah, you don't click on the person thing. You mouse over the person thing, and then there's the little square thing that says, if you mouse it, it says select token. So you put your mouse on the token control, and then the first one at the top of the thing that pops out, looks like a little broken square. You click that, and that allows you to select a token now.
Oh, okay. See, I got it.
Yeah.
All right. So
Cool.
yeah, I'm gonna run at the old man and try to beat his ass.
All right. So, who's next on the actions? Arthur's preparing a spell. Deglin's charging with his. What, are you going to use your hammer?
Yeah.
All right, Ronnie, actions.
I'm going to step into the room and unleash a sling bullet.
Okay. Varys.
I'm gonna take cover. Like
Where at?
over here. To the
All right, I didn't see. Okay, gotcha.
you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And then sling it.
Sling it? Gotcha.
Yeah, sling is my sling.
Okay.
And I'm gonna just keep moving so it can't get melee with me.
Gotcha. All right, Zadkiel, actions?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell the wizard, don't hit us this time. And I'm gonna step in. Oops. And use a sling.
Okay.
And I'm gonna yell at. Well, I don't know that he's doing what he's doing, but
Right, not yet.
yeah, if he starts running, of course I'll be like, "What are you doing?"
All right, so Deglin, you, like I said, you do know you're going to be running past the rust monster if you go straight up there, right?
Right. Well, what if I went behind these pillars?
Well, it's going to take more movement away, so you may not get all the way to him then. It's 80 something feet to him. To go around one of these is going to be an additional like 30 feet of movement.
Sometimes you just gotta suck it up and just go with it.
All right, so okay, so instead then I'll just wait on this rust monster and I'm gonna throw a hammer in.
Okay. Sounds like a plan. I'm just gonna throw a hammer.
From where I'm at. Yeah, I'm gonna stay out of reach.
Yep, gotcha.
So-
Gotcha. All right. So then, first up, as we get into our actions, Zadkiel, go ahead and go.
Okay, I guess I'm going to attack the big thing.
Okay.
I don't see any of the other creatures.
You don't see any of the other creatures, correct? Well, you see all the goblins and ghouls, or not goblins, but gnolls and ghouls all the way across the room.
Oh, there they are. I see
You
them.
see them, right? But the dinosaur creature is right in front of you, and according to Deglin, the only thing that exists is an old man sitting in the throne chair up there where all the ghouls and stuff are. And the dinosaur is not really a dinosaur to him. He says it is a rust monster, but you only
All right,
see
well, I'm
what
gonna
you
hit
see.
it with a stone.
Okay, go ahead and roll. Its armor class is 2.
Ooh. 2 electric. So that would be a 12.
You add your dexterity bonus to it.
Yeah, let me see what I got. 12, 13. Oh, so
You should have a
close.
+2, so that's a 14.
Yeah, I missed.
Yep, you need a 16 to hit it, right?
No, need a 14 to hit it.
Well,
Well, you
that would
rolled
be
a
a 14.
12.
You rolled a 12 and you get a +2 from your dexterity. So that's a 14.
How do I get a +2? for my
Your
dex?
dexterity. Your dexterity is a 16. You
Missile.
should have a +2 with missiles.
Is that? I thought it was +1.
I thought it was +2. Let me double check if you're right.
I get a
then-
-2 off of my dexterity, my armor class for my dex, but
Yeah, I know that, but all right, let me double check. You have a dexterity of 16, right?
yes, sir.
All right.
That's the R/AA, which stands
Yeah.
for range and something.
Dexterity 16. Oh, you're right. It is a +1 missile adjustment. Sorry. You are
Yeah.
correct. Yep, so you got a 13, so you missed by 1. You are correct. All right, what I miss? I gotta go look. Sorry. Hey, thanks, Troy. I appreciate it, man. Mucho apreciado. Troy is in the house. Cannibal, which, by the way, if you guys follow our 5th edition game, Troy is doing something amazing to help me out with that game. It's top secret. We're not going to say anything, but he's got the 1-year anniversary going on, so everybody needs to be like Troy. If you want to emulate somebody, be like Troy. Subscribe, help support the stream, because we unemployed people need people to help us support stream. So, Troy dropping the house. Thanks, dude. I'm just going to wait because my OCD and my ADD or whatever you want to call it is not going to let me do anything until all of these people have done their subscriptions. We definitely appreciate it, man. Thanks, Troy. That is awesome, man. You are my hero. You are my hero. Uncle Fez, Doc Shoulder, Calstaff. Look at that. Oh. Got a couple new folks are subscribing, man. Thanks, man. Oh, man. Seriously, dude? You didn't have to do that. You did not have to do that. I appreciate it. You know that, but you did not have to do that, man. But, yeah, I definitely appreciate it. You guys are helping keep the stream going. Help the stream go. All right, so, Zadkiel, you have missed. And let's move up to who's next. Because Troy's going to make me cry. But anyway, appreciate it, man. Dude, showing that love, man. Showing that love. I'm going to hang on just a second here. Let's see if we can get this thing to work. Where is he? I know he's in here somewhere. Cannibal, I know you're out there. Come on, man. All right, one of my folks out there, please give Cannonball a shout out. He's not showing up on my stream deck, and I'm too lazy to type. All right, as Arthur sort of moves in, and he does exactly, well, let's see, what's the range of Fireball? Is it 60 feet or 120 feet? As he Fireball 10, so it's 100 feet plus, yeah, it says 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. So he definitely is going to move up right here where he gets a clear shot, and he is going to drop a Fireball right there on top of the baddie. So everybody in here, I need to see what his saving throw is. He gets, okay, okay, I gotta find out what his save versus spells is. Okay, let us roll the Fireball damage. As you guys watch as Arthur sort of reaches into his pouch, and he's just defiantly walking out into the light, and he pulls out a little bit of what looks to be some kind of sulfurous compound. He begins rubbing between his fingers like you would two sticks. He rubs them so quickly they begin to smoke, and suddenly you see this little flame of energy sort of burst in his fingers, and he just sort of flicks it like a booger off the end of his fingers and goes streaking across the room. And as it does, it begins to grow and grow and grow, and soon it balloons into this massive ball of fire that just erupts around everything around there. And okay, why did it not? All right, damn it. Oh, because it didn't have the roll on there. That's why. So he is a 5th level, so that I think that's 3d6, just to make sure. Hate it when that happens. Apologize, folks. Again, I am not a magic user. I'm just playing one. I stayed at a Holiday Inn once. Let's see. So it balloons into a 20-foot radius sphere, so that's 40 feet across. 6 for each level, so it's 5d6 of damage that he is going to roll. $18 hit points of damage to everything that's up there. So you guys watch as, let me see how many. So you guys watch as suddenly oops, I don't want to. The entire, I don't want to select. All right, this is irritating the hell out of me. It keeps selecting. The entire group of ghouls winks out of existence. They don't burn up in the flame. They just wink out of existence.
Because they were illusions.
The same thing.
I said so.
The same thing with all of the gnolls that are up there. Completely wink out of existence. And I need to roll his saving throw. He fails his saving throw, so he too suffers 18 hit points of damage. As you hear this screaming cry, as whatever this is sort of disappears, and you see what remains is sort of this old man wearing normal type clothing that are now smoking and stuff. You can see he has a long sort of straggly beard. His hair is sort of snow white, grayish white, and it's sort of pulled and brushed back. You can see he has an arcane symbol hanging about his neck of some kind. You're not sure what it was, but whatever that giant gnoll was has now gone. You see that the dinosaur disappears and in its place remains what looks to be the rust monster. I don't have a token for the guy up there, so I'm just going to leave the picture of that individual. All right, and that is Arthur's go. Next, Deglin.
All right, I'm throwing a hammer at the rust monster.
Okay, go ahead and roll to hit armor class 2.
Oh,
It's actually going to be a long distance or a longer distance, so you have to get within 15 feet is normal distance. Anything beyond that, you're going to be at a -2 to -4, depending upon how far you are away.
Yeah.
So you have to get within 15 feet of it to get normal to hit. 15. Well, you're throwing a hammer, right?
Yeah.
So, sorry, I just poked myself in the finger with a staple that was on my card. Hurled weapons and missiles. So, hammer, it's short is 10 feet, medium is 20 feet, long is 30 feet. So, at medium, you're at a -2, at long, you're at a -4.
I don't want to do that. Where can I do that? How far is he? He's 30 feet.
Yeah, you'd have. Yeah.
If I move up 10 feet.
Yep.
That puts me at. Now he's
20
only
feet.
at 20 feet.
Yeah, so now it's just a -2 to hit.
Oh. Plus. Okay, so that now.
So from right there, you are at a -2 to hit from where you just put your token.
Alright, that's fine. Damn it. You know what?
Still not rolling for you?
No, it's doing something weird.
I wish I knew what was going on. I'm gonna have to report some of this stuff to these guys because it's really irritating me that you guys can't roll your dice.
Alright, I'm just gonna roll the d20
Okay.
and I'll just add the +1.
Why do you get a +1?
You said strength?
No, for here, for throwing it from here, it's going to be a dexterity.
Oh, I don't have a dexterity.
Yeah, so then it'll be at a -2 to hit.
Add an 8. Ah, this sucks so much, man. I am so tired of it. Okay.
Sorry, dude.
I'm not even gonna attempt that. I'm just gonna cast. I'm gonna cast prayer.
Okay, that's
I'm
fine.
just gonna cast prayer. That's it.
I'll allow that. I'll allow that.
This is not working out.
All right, so you're casting prayer. What is the benefits of prayer? Spit them out for us.
Our party gets +1 on to hit and saving throws, and the enemy gets -1 on their to hit and saving.
Is it all of them, or is it within a range, or what?
It's all of them.
Okay, gotcha. All right, you are done. Ronnie, talk to me, brother. Tell me what the wise and aged druid is going to do now.
I'm moving into the room, DM.
Okay?
I don't know why it's not moving. Well, if it would move, I would move in there and then over to the left a little bit and then discharge my sling.
All right, so I am going to move you in. Is that okay? Is that an acceptable spot, or do you want further in?
I haven't seen it move.
You are in the chamber. Oh, hang on a second if you're there. You're in the chamber, 5 feet in, 5 feet to the left of the door.
Yeah, that'll work.
Okay. The sling distance is...
This is short range.
Yep, 40, 80. Yep, so you're within 40 feet, I believe. Let me double check. Yep, you are within 40 feet from right there. So go ahead and
I'm
roll your
using a
attack.
bullet, so it's 50.
Oh, gotcha. Go ahead and do that then. It is armor class 2, by the way.
Why is this not rolling?
Yeah, there's some issue.
It's
It's some real issue going on with this, and I don't know what it is, and I apologize. Probably just...
to see.
Okay. I am going to start removing modules that I don't think we're necessarily going to need. That might be interfering with some of the dice rolls. I don't know for sure, but some modules
yeah,
obviously.
it's been logged out. Let me log back in.
Yeah. It's all good. Yeah, if you refresh the page, sometimes it'll log you out. I don't know why, but I'm gonna again, I'm on their Discord, so I'm gonna try to find out what's going on. It just should not matter.
I'm almost back.
It should not matter. And I do apologize to folks watching the stream. For some reason, Forge is giving us a fit tonight when it comes to dice rolling. So.
Oh yeah, look, you even got rid of that dinosaur. I didn't even see that last time.
Yep. There we go. Now let's see if we can hit that bad boy. There we go. Nicely done.
Oh yeah, that's the hit.
Yes, sir.
Is that thing large or small?
It is a small creature. Well, not small. It's a medium-sized creature. It is a normal whatever. 5 hit points of damage as you watch the bullet slams into the body of now no longer a dinosaur, but what you immediately recognize as a rust monster. It looks like sort of a crabby, spongy creature with these huge I want to say like an armadillo with these big huge antennas sticking off of it. The bullet hits it, and as soon as it slams into it, you watch the body ripple from the force of the blow, but the bullet itself immediately bursts into dusts as it immediately turns into metal. It turns into rust. But you did strike the creature for 5 hit points of damage. Nicely done. And that is it for Ronnie?
Yes.
All right, smoking armadillos, exactly. All right, Varus. Sorry it took so long to get to you, but you are up, sir.
Alright. I was gonna move to here.
Okay.
Hang
on a second. Give me a find remove traps, please.
Sure. Made it.
Okay. Yep.
No, I didn't make it.
Yep. Nope. Fine. Yep. So no trap is found. Okay. Good. As you move up and you see the rust monster, as the bullet from Ronnie slams into it, you watch this little piece of dust is all that remains of the bullet as it strikes the creature. You see the blow impact it, but then suddenly the bullet itself literally almost instantaneously disappears into a puff of dust.
Does it look like it injured it at all?
It did. Yeah, it did hurt it. You could tell. Right. It's got a big bruise on it where it got struck.
I'm trying one myself.
All right.
Not with that roll.
Nope. As you're using stones or bullets?
Bullets.
All right. So as you watch the bullet, unfortunately, when Ronnie's hit it, it caused the creature to move, throwing off your aim a little bit, and your bullet ricochets off the floor right next to it and goes skittering across the room as the rust monster sort of turns and looks that way and then spins back around. It's almost as if it was interested in, ooh, where'd that metal go? I smelled metal go past me. But apparently it got out of its sensory range and now it is focusing back on you.
Okay.
All right.
Ooh. What if we gave it something to eat? Like throw a whole bunch of metal at it. Got any spare metal?
I have some.
Spikes, metal spikes. We can throw spikes at it.
Give it a dagger or something.
All right. Give me a second here. All right, so the first guy to go, I need to see.
I don't think Zadkill's gone.
No, Zadkill did go.
Yeah, I was first.
He missed. Yeah, he was the first one to go. All right, I need to see. I think I'm not sure if this is a range or not, or whatever, but I need to check. Pick user. Illusionist. Okay. Okay. Oh, come on, seriously. 4th level magic. 60-foot long cone, 30-foot diameter. Okay, so he may... I don't think he's going to be able to do that. I don't know why they... Yeah. So he is just going to cast... You guys see on the throne, and as I said, instead of instead of the large gnoll creature that's like 9 or 10 feet tall with this huge massive flail, it is now what appears to be some kind of a wizard or perhaps illusionist based on what you guys saw. You can also see reflected in the light, he actually has some kind of a transparent wall in front of him, which would block any missile attacks, it seems. And you watch as he casts a spell, and suddenly he himself becomes almost impossible to kind of, as he moves, it's sort of like one of those psychedelic movies when somebody moves and it's like you see the little ripples of their hand or something like that as it moves, and you know what I mean? It's like somebody, like a blur on the screen or something like that as they're moving their hand. It's just sort of, that's kind of what he looks like, making him very difficult to target. Alright, okay. So that's what he does. So you guys watch. Yes, you guys suddenly you see stepping out of the shadows, hidden behind the pillars, are several gnolls as they raise their arrows. This first one, his short bow, and he fires a pair of arrow shots at Varus. 4, the first arrow shot misses. 11, second arrow shot misses. As this one, as you watch another one sort of step out, this one targets the magic user. (11) misses. Natural 1 misses. Seriously? Can't hit a frickin' magic user who's got no frickin' armor on? Seriously.
Can he possibly hit the rust monster?
No. No. Okay. Who's next? Alright. This one, bullseye, aiming at Varus. 14 hits, I believe, and that one misses. I think you... What is your armor class, Varus?
AC2.
Varus? AC2,
Varus.
gotcha.
Yeah,
Yep, gotcha.
it's
Yep, I saw it.
yeah.
Yeah, I saw it. I just didn't see... I didn't have the chat open, so I didn't see it. Sorry, and your text was covered. Alright, so they... AC2... they need a 14 to hit you. 14 did hit, so you suffer 6 hit points of damage from the arrow as it slams into you.
Ouch. Hang
Hang on just a second. I lied. It rolled as a... Yeah, it rolled as a D. It rolled as a 2d4, and it should only be a d6, so I'm going to re-roll your damage. You still took 4 instead of 6.
I'll take that.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. It's got them set up using flails, I think, or morning stars, one of the two, instead of using arrows. My apologies. So I'll just have to roll damage myself. All right. So that was that. No. Now it is this null. And he is going to step out over here, and he too is going to target Arthur.
You always go after the mage.
Absolutely.
Then he'll need to get in there.
I take that back. So this one did hit because he gets a -1 in his attack of 15 does hit. Give your hit points back, Varys, because I forgot I didn't take a -1 off his attack, so he actually only rolled a 13, so he didn't hit. But he did hit Arthur. Even with a -1, the 15 still hits Arthur, so Arthur suffers.
Oh yeah, the prayer.
Yeah. Yep. And so Arthur takes 1 hit point of damage. I forgot to take the -1 off their attack. My apologies. All right. I think I have 1 gnoll left.
It's been noted, DM. We're keeping track.
Okay. All right. One last gnoll. As he steps up to here. And he is going to target Arthur as well. Oh, you missed. That was so close to a nat 20. It wasn't even funny. And a 2. Both of those attacks missed because these these gnolls suck. As we go to the next round of combat, go ahead and state actions, please.
Well, now that I see the gnolls, right?
Yep.
I'm gonna charge this one over here to my right.
Okay. Arthur is going to be casting a spell. Hammer. Ronnie, action.
I'm going to move behind a pillar and then throw another bullet at that rust monster.
All right. Varys.
I'm charging this one.
Okay.
Since Damon's charging that one.
Okay. Gotcha. So you're using your sword?
Yeah,
Gotcha.
actually, I want to go invisible. And
Okay.
Then,
Gotcha. Even better.
and then match damage.
Gotcha. All right. So Ronnie is going to sling it. Zadkiel, actions. Zadkiel. Monkey boogers. All right, Zadkiel is going to charge the rust monster.
Oh shit!
No, he is.
Okay.
That's
Action.
what he would do. Yeah,
You're
he's
gonna-
gonna
you're
charge the rust monster.
You're going to charge a rust monster. All right, man, put yourself back there.
That's what he would do to protect the party.
Okie dokie. Here we
Wait,
go.
has it done anything hostile toward us?
Has it done anything hostile to you guys? Not yet.
Okay, well then I'm gonna run toward the knoll instead.
Okay, go ahead and put your token back where it was. And then which knoll are you going to go after?
That one over there.
There's like 4 of them.
The one I put myself next to.
There's no knoll next to you.
No, the one I was gonna go after, he ran at it.
Oh, I didn't even see that. Okay, we'll figure it out. All right, let's roll initiative. We'll figure it out. Why is it not? This is really bothering the crap out of me. Whoa. All right, something is going on here with my gnolls. They're all in combat, right? But it's not letting me. It's literally not letting me do anything with our combat. All right, I'm going to end combat. Yeah, it's not. It's like the combat thing has completely died on me.
That's probably why you didn't see me move.
Yep.
Maybe.
So there is definitely something going on with. All right, guys, give me a second here.
It's the gremlins.
Yep, I'm going to refresh. I'll be right back.
Okay.
So yeah, there's definitely something. I'm wondering if it has something to do with that turn hub. So I may end up just getting rid of that turn hub because we don't necessarily need it because we have a turn tracker that'll track it. So give me a second as my game reloads. This is just absolutely group red rolls for net. Yeah. So it literally wasn't rolling anything for me, and so now it looks like Forge has died on me. Just hang out with us for a little bit. This is what we know as, for those of you guys that hang with us, you know that this is what we call our shit show.
Shizer Cinema.
Shizer Cinema. All right, all of a sudden, all the dice are rolling. Here we go. All right, so I'm just going to clear out this. Oh, that's the wrong one. Okay. So let me open this up. Let me go here and clear out chat. I'm going to clear that completely. I'm going to close that and let us
I
continue
had
the
just
plot.
dropped some pearls of wisdom in that chat. Now they're gone forever.
Yeah, exactly. I do apologize, but you know, is what it is. So now let us toggle combat state. There we go. We go here. Let me get rid of that. And drag this down a little so I can see the combat myself. All right, here we are back in combat. We're going to begin combat, so it re-rolls a dice. And it looks like the critters get to go first. So this knoll, once again, targets Varus. 16 hits. That's a 17 minus the 1 is a 16 hits for 2 hit points of damage from the first arrow. The second attack misses with an 11. So Varus suffers 2 hit points of damage from the knoll, firing 2 arrows at him. This knoll moves up another 10 feet, once again targeting Arthur. I'm going to put the -1 in there. And he gets a soft 1, so that misses. This one rolls. And a 5 misses Arthur again. This time the rust monster, smelling the juicy armor of the cleric, targets. Please roll a nat 20. Please. Oh, you know what?
You're going to, aren't you? You.
This DM has a natural 20 on hand that he is going to use. And he is going to target Deglin. And let me double check. I don't think it does any physical damage. But let's just check to be sure. I'm sorry. I want to have fun too. If a rust monster touches the metal with its 2 antennae, roll it to hit die. It rusts or corrodes the metal. Note that magically endowed items gain a saving throw. Do you have magical armor?
Just my shield.
Okay, just your shield. Okay. So I am going to say that, let's say, metal affected rusts or corrodes and immediately falls to pieces, which are easily, whatever, weapons striking and are affected as if its antenna had touched them. Can smell metal up to 90 feet. Stop for... Okay. All right. So, we're going to do this. I am going to roll a die 100. It is going to be a 50-50 chance on if it strikes your shield or your armor. Is that fair to you?
Yeah.
Or would you think it would be a greater chance to hit your shield than your armor as you're trying to deflect it with your shield?
Actually, I'd probably try to save the shield over the armor. So
Okay.
I'd probably
All
move
right.
the shield.
Okay. So it is going to be a 75% chance to hit your armor and 25% chance to hit your shield. So I'm going to roll a die 100, 75 and above, or above a 75, it hits your shield. Anything less, it hits your armor. Okay?
All right.
91, it hits your shield. So now I need you to roll a die 100 because you have a 20% chance that
Plus
your
1.
shield.
You get +1.
Oh, I thought it was a +2 shield.
No, well, yeah, it's a +2 shield, but I
It's
get a +1 for my saving throws.
Okay, that's true. Okay, so then that means you get a 30% chance that you will successfully, or your shield will not be destroyed by the antenna. So go ahead and roll a die 100. 30 or less, you save your shield. Anything greater, your shield falls to pieces in your hands. 74. As you try to get your shield out of the way, the creature's antenna smells the magical energy coming off it, and it sort of draws it in like a magnet as one of its antennas strikes it and it jerks it back, and the second one hits it, and you just watch in horror as your shield, your beautiful magical shield inlaid with all this Juskar symbology, just literally crumbles in your hand and falls to the floor at your feet as the creature begins to devour your shield right where it stands. Your armor class is now 3 less, I believe, right?
Actually, 2 less. Well, no, 3 less. Yeah, you're right, because the shield
This is
itself.
plus 2 shield. Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
So now I'm a armor class 1.
Yep. Okay. As the next knoll once again targets Varys.
Yeah, it keeps saying game pause.
Yeah, that's my fault. That's my fault because I refreshed the game and I didn't do what I was supposed to do because I'm a knucklehead. All right. First arrow. God, how many nat ones do I have to roll before the game takes pity on me? And a 7 or a 6 actually. So both attacks on Varys with the Knoll's bow miss. This one moves up another 10 feet or so, takes aim at Arthur. 6 misses. 16 hits as Arthur suffers 3 hit points of damage from one of the arrows striking him, leaving him at 18 out of 22. Okay, I think that is all except for this guy up here. You guys watch as this individual just sort of disappears, as this huge black void just sort of appears. I don't know, I can't really draw it, but well, I probably could. Where is my... This is just bizarre. I'm not really good at like drawing things on the map, so I have to figure out how to do this real quick.
So you're using magical darkness?
Yes.
But then we have those continual light lanterns.
Yep. As
And-
it does
and
that.
Jim
In this
C.
space right here, it becomes pitch black. You guys can't see through it, so you have no idea what happens on the other side when that spell goes off.
Okay.
Okay. And that's it for him. And then finally, the last knoll, seeing the rust monster take down the armor shield of Juskar. Okay, that's actually Deglin, but I like saying the shield of Juskar. As he targets Deglin with his short bow with 2 shots against armor class 1, a 14. Let me double check now that you have armor class 1. They are a 2 hit die creature. 2 hit die creature, armor class 1, needs a 15 or greater, so he does hit you with his first arrow for 2 hit points of damage. Oops. And a 1 misses on the second arrow. So you suffer 2 hit points of damage from the arrow from that knoll. Now we are finally to our group, I think. All right. Paladin, you're up.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm gonna attack the.
Okay.
No, like
There you
I
go.
said, unless
Yep. You get a +2 on the attack. His armor class is 5.
Okay, +2 on the attack is armor class 5. There we go.
Won't let me close the sheet. This is really irritating the crafting. This game is really starting to irritate me tonight. It's like nothing is working. It's all locking up.
All right. I got 21.
I don't even see yours roll. I don't even see it roll.
I rolled a 15.
That's what I'm saying. There's nothing has shown up on my screen yet. I will be... Hang on, guys. I have to refresh again. I am gonna...
15.
Yeah, no, I have no doubt that he did, but I don't see anything on either one of my screens.
Yeah.
I have the viewer that's for the stream, so the stream can kind of see what's going on, and then I have my DM's view, and nothing showed up on either one of them. So I have no idea. But go ahead and roll your damage though.
Okay.
There it goes. Now it shows up.
Let me see here.
Okay, so 21 definitely hits.
Those are large, right?
They are large.
Okay.
I'm sorry, guys. I don't know what the heck the glitches are going. All right, 2 plus any other damage.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Nice. And I can't do any... Nothing is fucking working on this thing, man. It won't let me do anything. There. Now it's all like boom, 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 boom. Everything just happens at once. Okay. So you did 7 hit points of damage?
Yes.
All right. As you rush up and you slice into it, it drops its bow because it can't continue to fight close range with the bow, and before it can defend itself, you manage to cleave into it, severely damaging it. Not taking it down, but you definitely did some serious damage to it. Nice blow. All right, Ronnie. Sorry it took so long. You're up, sir.
That's all right. I'm throwing another sling bullet at that rust monster and then moving behind a pillar.
All right, so go ahead and do your attack. $18 hits, because with a +1, was that with the +1 addition?
That was with it. It's just the slings +2, and then you get the +1.
Gotcha. So you did strike it. Nice blow. Go ahead and roll your damage. Oh, nicely done.
I'm on fire tonight, DM.
You definitely caught its attention as your stone smacks it right between the eyes. You hear it sort of squeal like a pig type of or an armadillo-like creature. It squeals out as the bullet once again strikes it in the head. You see the impact as it snaps its head back and the squeal comes out, but at the same time, it just disappears in a little puff of dust. It won't. I can open up these token sheets like to take damage off the monster, but then it won't let me close them again. So I'm just going to move it off to the side because I don't need it and I'm not going to worry about it. All right, that's Ronnie's turn. My goodness, Varys, you're up.
Alright, I'm gonna turn invisible
Okay.
and go past this dude.
Okay.
You're getting a +1 with some prayer.
Woohoo!
And he's large. So feel some pain.
Oh, nicely done. 26, 21 hit points of damage as he doesn't feel pain for long as you immediately end the life of that gnoll. Doesn't even see it coming. Daglin.
I'm gonna hit the rust monster with my well, wait a minute, is he still chomping on my shield? Could I get away without getting hit?
He's
No.
dead.
He's not dead.
The rust monster's dead?
No. No, he's not talking about the gnoll. He's talking about the rust monster that he's attacking.
Oh.
The rust monster was chewing on your on the shield momentarily, but it smells your armor, and it's definitely, you could see it has an interest in your armor as well.
So
I
I could.
thought Ronnie's bullet killed it.
No, no. Sorry, no.
So I can't get away without it getting an attack.
That is correct. It would get an attack of opportunity on you.
All right. Well, then I'm going to hit it with my wood club.
Okay. Forget to do the +1
All right.
in addition to all your other bonuses.
Then I'm gonna roll and then just add +1. I rolled a frickin' 1. You've got to be kidding me.
Oh my God. See, welcome to my club, man. Yeah, your attack with the knotted club fails as you strike down on it, as it like the creature sort of senses it coming and it sort of moves. It sees it's almost like it's kind of like Mr. Bean, you know. It doesn't even know what it's doing. It's just sort of doing its normal thing, and everything around it's going around the hell in a handbasket. And just as you're bringing this thing down on top of its head, it sees another piece of your shield, and it moves out of the way. Just as you're about to hit it, its body moves out of the way, grabs at other pieces of shield, and continues to devour it as you slam the wooden knotted pole on, or a knotted club, onto the floor as this sort of crack of rock beneath it, and dust goes flying everywhere, but no piece of the rust monster was affected by that blow.
All
right. Is this? Yes. As Arthur is going to quickly target this creature, and he is going to use one of his magic missiles. As he hits the rust monster for 13 hit points of damage, taking the rust monster down completely, as he manages to destroy it before it can eat any more of Deglin's armor.
Thank the gods. Jeez.
Oh, I wanted to take your armor. Just so you know, and I'm not going to be a dick about it, but if you would have hit him, I was going to use my nat 1 to overrule whatever you rolled. So,
I'm sure you would have.
I was going to. All right, we are back to the top of the order. Let us talk about actions. All right, Arthur is going to spin up another spell. Deglin, actions?
I'll be pulling my hammer now and then going after that knoll to my right.
Okay. And Ronnie?
How bad have I seen the magic user get hit, DM?
Not too bad. He got grazed by an arrow, but that was about it. He's doing good.
All right, I'm gonna sling another stone then.
Okay, Varys.
I'm gonna put my invisible and backstab this one.
All right. After tonight's combat like this, we're gonna have to talk about being able to do like sheathing swords, running, and then unsheathing swords and attacking. I don't know. It just seems like a little much to me, but I think it's okay. I'm kind of on the fence on it's like, oh, I disappear, run over, then I appear and backstab. Yeah. I get you. And like I said, it really makes sense because there's really not that much action or movement involved with sheathing your blade. But like typically it's like, oh, I draw my blade and attack, not I sheath my sword, run, draw my blade and attack, right? Shit like that is.
Well, I have the long sword in my hand, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no. So, in order to return to be invisible, you have to sheath the sword.
Yeah, the short sword. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm not dual wielding it. I'm just pulling it out and putting it back.
Well, yeah, I get you. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, we're fine.
Yeah. That's fine.
All right. So, all right. And Zadkiel, your action is going to continue to sling your sword at the knoll.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So we roll initiative. Please roll. Thank you. And it's a tie. Let's roll again. This time the party goes first. So let's see who goes. Zadkiel, you're up first. Go ahead. Don't forget you get a +1 on your attack.
I hit it.
15. Yep, you hit. And the knoll goes down because you don't even need to roll damage. You don't need to roll. It only had like 2 hit points, so your strength bonus alone was going to take that one down.
All right.
Okay. Ronnie, you are up.
That knoll directly north of me.
Okie dokie. 19 plus whatever hits, 22 hits. Smack him good. He's a large creature. Not sure if a bullet does any more or less on a large.
I was not. Yeah, large does a whole D6 better. Yeah,
What?
hold on.
Oh, look at you. And it won't even poof into dust on you. Nice. 8 hit points of damage. As it lets out a barking yell like a dog getting whipped by its master as you crack it in the skull with its head or with the sling bullet. It buries itself in and you hear it just cry out in horrendous pain as it drops to one knee, struggles and staggers to get back up. You didn't take him down, but boy, you did hurt him pretty significantly as there's this huge burst of blood flowing off the side of his skull where you busted it open with your sling bullet. Varys.
I'm going to pass at him.
Okay. Yep, nope. I'm going to replace that with a nat 1.
Yep, I figured you'd use that. So,
I got to use it before we get out of the game tonight, so it's like the last
That's
chance
all
I'm
right.
probably going to have to use it. As just at the last minute, the gods reach down and flick your blade just out of the way as it grazes the knoll, as it whips around, dropping its bow and arrow and ripping out its morning star, ready to take you on.
It's like Major League, just a bit outside.
Daglin, you're up.
All right, charge into this guy. Hacking.
Don't forget you get a total of +3 on your attack now, in addition to other bonuses.
Warhammer. These guys are larger.
That is correct. They are large.
7. Jesus. Ooh, dice.
You got like a 12 total, right?
Uh,
Because you get +2 for charge,
plus
and then you get a +1 for prayer. So that's 3, right? Yeah, I don't even think even a 10. Yeah. What's
their
that?
AC? What is their AC?
AC 5.
I need a 13 to hit.
Yeah, nope. So unfortunately, that misses.
Always.
Yeah, I know. Arthur going to move right about here. He is going to target this one with his last magic missile. Nine hit points of damage. Just enough as 3 streaks of greenish light energy go flying across the room from the fingertips of Arthur, blasting the knoll. 2 in the eyes and 1 straight into its throat, blowing out the back of its head as you miss it, and it's chuckling like it's going to swing down on you with its morning star. Its head literally evaporates before you, and it's blown backwards into the wall, dropping dead at your feet as Arthur blows on his finger, saying, "You are welcome, priest."
thumbs up at him.
All right. As this knoll drops his bow and arrow, moves over to target Zadkiel. $18. I don't think that hits. Your armor class is a -2, right?
Yes, sir.
I got Deglin's down. I got to find a way to get yours down now. That 18 hits. Oh, it's a 17. Yeah, I forgot he had a -1. That misses. All right, that knoll misses. And hello? What happened to my other knoll? Oh, he's not going. And this knoll turns around, targets Varus with his Morning Star. Put it in there before I forget. Huh? 3 misses. Stupid prayer. All right. We are back to the top of the order. Anybody changing actions on what they were doing them before? No? All right.
Yeah, I am. I got it.
Okay, what are you doing?
I'm going to. Is the guy still in that glass area?
No, you can't see. There's this huge black, where this green circle is, it's actually this pitch blackness.
Can I
You
cast
can't see past it.
a spell?
Sure, you can cast a spell.
I'll try casting a spell.
Okay. Yeah, you can definitely cast a spell. You just can't see anything on the other side of that circle. If you
Or
move...
actually, let me change that. I'm just going to go up. I'm going to try to backstab this knoll with a hammer.
Okay. Cold cock him, so you'll get a +4. You won't get the backstab bonus, but you get a +4 on your attack.
Okay.
All right, the gnolls get to go first, as this gnoll targets. Do a little -1. 18 hits. As Zadkiel suffers 7 hit points of damage as the Morning Star comes crashing down through your defenses. Unfortunately, you can't fend him off all the way. Alright. Next on the block. As this gnoll once again targets Varus with his Morning Star. A 1 misses. Man. Like, get so close to getting that 18 and then, no, not for you. All right, Zadkiel, you're up.
All right, I'm taking the null out.
Okay. Oh, hits. And you are correct in that you end that gnoll's existence. As he falls to the floor, a steel bullet comes rolling out of his skull along the floor, trailing blood behind it. Ronnie, you are up.
I move up, DM, to improve my angle on that knoll over there.
All right.
Natural 20.
Natural 20. Of course.
Gotta love it, DM.
Gotta love it. Go ahead and roll your damage and then add max damage to it. So die 6 plus 6. So plus 6 is 14 hit points of damage as that gnoll drops dead before he has any chance to... As you guys look around, there are no more gnolls that you can see. No other creatures in here are seem to be attacking you guys, and the large gnoll has disappeared, i.e. the old guy has disappeared. You don't know where he went. He's behind this pitch black sphere that spans the entire center of the chamber.
Anybody got those lamps?
As Arthur pulls out one of his... Arthur pulls out one of those magical lamps and turns it on.
Let's get him.
What's that?
Since he's a... Oh, I'm saying let's get him because he's a wizard.
Okay. As you go,
I'm gonna run around behind.
Yeah. Something go around though.
Is it? Is it this one? This one? This one? Oh man, it never works when I. Where's the circle that I drew? There it is.
It's right in the center.
Yeah, I know, but I'm trying to delete it, and
Oh,
I don't see the thing on here where you're supposed to delete it, and I'm like, that used to be when you selected on it. Oh, I know. Never mind. I know where it is. Okay. Here we draw this, and we just here. Okay, hang on. Why did it not? Oh, that's the measured template, so that's not the measuring. I am really confused about this thing sometimes, man. It's really baffling on, okay, how the hell do you get rid of? I drew the circle using this, but it doesn't let me remove it using that, so I don't understand. Oh, that's why. Okay. Boom. There we go. Found it. I found it because I'm a knucklehead. I'll learn how to use this app one of these days. All right. So you guys get up to the chair and you see that the individual that was occupying that area is now gone. You have no idea where he went.
Check to see if the chair flips over or something, like there's a tunnel underneath it. Or...
Yeah, look to your gem.
Oh yeah, I'll use the gem too.
Check.
All right. So yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So first of all, right there where you're standing at, Deglin, is the wall. It sort of stretches between the two braziers that are there. So it's only a few inches thick, but it's like this, some kind of a glass-like material. Let's see.
Can I walk around it? I mean,
yeah, you can definitely walk around it.
Can I walk around it? Start looking.
Okay. So using your gem of seeing, on the back of the throne chair, you find a little secret latch for a hidden compartment.
I pointed out the Varus and say, "Hey, check that for traps." Or would I see that? Would I see if it was trapped?
No.
So
I'll look for traps.
Okay.
And I'm looking at the back wall DM for secret door.
Okay, go ahead and roll for, let me end combat here really quick. Go ahead and roll your check for secret door. Yeah, you find no secret doors while you're searching or they're searching, and you find no traps either, Varus.
It's not a trap. Is it locked?
No, it does not appear to be locked. It appears to be a simple latch to take it out.
Yeah, open it then.
Inside, you find a piece of rolled up parchment along with a key of some kind.
Take that.
The piece of parchment I have posted in the journal for those that know. If you go to the top, it's like the third one over. It looks like a piece of unfolded paper. It says journal entries. If you click on that, you should see the Sutterham journal entry.
Nope.
Good.
I see a high point.
It
Really?
just popped.
Oh,
Just
I know.
popped
Hang
out.
on. Yep, I got you. Hang on just a second. This is why. There we go. Everybody should see it now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, this is a lot better.
The city of Bardstown.
This is definitely not the map we went through. So
You probably open it up so the audience can see it.
Yeah, let's do that. So the audience can now see on the stream. This is the map that they opened. It appears to be some kind of a sketch of a village or a town or something.
Mm-hmm. And there's a key, right?
And there is a key that you have in your hand, yes.
Yep. Look around for these secret compartments.
Okay. Go
Inside
ahead
the
and
little
roll a
crummy-
search. You slowly begin to search around for secret doors, Varus, but even your sharp elven eyes and senses are unable to detect anything.
All right. Well, does the throne look like it moves?
Does the what?
The throne look like it moves?
It doesn't look like it. It looks like it's pretty solid. It's not like built into the floor, but it's pretty heavy and pretty solid.
Is the chair, the seat, a secret door?
Not that you can see.
I wonder where he went. Well, he is a wizard. He might have teleported or something. Poke around the chair some more,
Okay.
just to be sure.
Yep. Looking around the chair, your sharp elven eyes find nothing.
All right. Well, I'll search the room, I guess.
Okay.
And I'll use the gem and start looking at walls and stuff too.
As soon as you start looking through the gem and sort of make a circle and look, you see in the upper right-hand corner, there is some kind of an outline of a door leading to the east.
All right, I'll tell him, hey, there's a door over here. Start going there.
Follow Declan and have a look-see.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a find.
I
roll.
don't say nothing, DM, because I had looked right over there and missed it. Now I'm feeling great shame.
Okay. So yeah, you find no traps that you can see or detect anywhere, Varus.
Is it locked?
Oh, I mean, I thought that was a lock. So it does not appear to have any. Well, I take it back. As you're searching and looking through, you can't find anything, Varus, but Degla can see fairly easily through the gem that there is a little hidden keyhole that is very, very well concealed in the stone. But also, Deglin can see what your eyes missed. There appears to be some kind of he doesn't know if it's a trap or what it is, but there's some kind of a mechanism attached to this door.
All right, so I point all this out to him, like
Yep.
with my finger, showing him exactly where this stuff.
Yeah, he still can't see it. He still can't see it. Only those looking through the gem can see it.
All right, well, have him look through the gem. So he's.
Oh, well, there you go. Okay.
All right. Yeah.
So, Varus, as you look, you immediately recognize that there is a locking mechanism on this door, and it looks to be built on some kind of a timer. So, unless you can bash down a completely stone door, you have a key and you find the key, but you realize the key is not going to work until the lock timer expires. So, apparently, somebody has gone through this door recently and set some kind of a locking timer on it.
Yeah, the wizard ran away. All right.
That being said, that I was going to say,
with a wand of opening bypass there.
The resident expert looks and he goes, I do believe that this would work, or this is any kind of a locking mechanism this magic should be able to open. So if it does not open the door exactly, it perhaps will speed up the time of the locking mechanism.
Yeah, because that wizard's going to alert people that we're here. So we don't want him bringing allies. So everybody ready for me to use the wand?
Go
I am.
for it.
Try and use the wand to hurry it up.
Okay. You expend another charge on your wand as you hear this or you watch, I should say, through the gem, and you can see, in fact, that the locking mechanism has sped up significantly, although it's not instantaneous. After about 15 minutes, it finally, and the timer ends, and you're able to use the key into the keyhole of the secret door. You turn it. You hear the click as the tumblers fall, and as the door slides off of stone, slightly grating a little bit as it does, revealing a hallway on the other side leading into darkness.
Check for traps.
Go ahead and check for traps. And you find no traps.
Alright, time to go.
Go invisible, but give me that gem of seeing.
Yeah, give me the gem back and I'll disappear again. Is it a dead end?
No.
Okay.
Give me uno momento.
Yeah, no problem. Oh, new map. Do not have
No.
music. Yeah, you. I assume you're putting this on the map.
Yeah, I will in just a sec.
Yeah.
So then, gotta put everybody right there. Yeah, this is no bueno. I need to give me a second to update this map. I don't want to have it. Now, that being said, this map, I do not have any walls drawn on. So you guys will be able to see inside of what buildings look like and stuff like that, but that doesn't really matter as long as you're... yeah, so let me...
No metagaming.
Yeah. Let's see. Basic. Lighting. No. Okay, there we go. All right. So then, you aren't really exactly where you are here. However, we are going to go through to the next step. This tunnel that you guys follow runs for easily a half a mile as you guys twist and turn your way through the Underdark, through this tunnel, finally coming out of the tunnel somewhere in the middle of a valley that overlooks a lake and a small city. This is the only time I'm ever going to sort of lead you by the nose, right? However, I am going to lead you by the nose partially because I like how this adventure used to be a tournament, and so this was actually would be the start of the next portion of the tournament, and so they sort of read it to you and leave you there to carry on. So this is where I'm going to read this part of it, so please pay attention. If you have any questions, we'll go through it when we're done. Your party has done well. You've made your way through the secret underground passage to a gate hidden by bushes and shrubs. The passage must have run pretty far underground, for the hill itself is on an island in the center of a large crater lake. You come out of the rocky slopes of a hill in the shadow of an extinct volcano, Mount Flammenblut. Below you lies the island, the area of the slave lords. It's now clear why no military force could ever really successfully assault this place. The one pass that leads from the known Drakensgrab trails to the slave lord's stronghold is narrow and winding. A small force could effectively guard it and destroy all enemies. Even if an army could force its way through the pass, there's no way that it would have to cross the crater lake. You have emerged high above your goal, the hidden city of Sutterham. Its mighty walls make it impregnable, so a more subtle method of entry is probably going to be called for. You observe Sutterham from afar for the rest of the afternoon. Patrols on the walls and in the streets are frequent from what you can see, more so in the western section of the town than in the lower class southeastern sections. Public disturbances appear to be punished quickly and harshly. So it's time to review your situation. Those that hired you have made good on their part of the bargain, giving you healing potions, paying you, doing what's necessary to aid you in your quest. You and your comrades, if you're wounded or slain, you've been taken care of. In your previous adventures, you may have lost some magic, but you've also attained others, and you now find yourself equipped with the gear that you have remaining. Ready for action, you descend toward the ramshackle buildings in the dock area of the city walls. In the slum sections outside the city, you encounter a dozen or so richly attired people in fine silken robes, disdainfully making their way toward the city gate. Guessing them to be buyers of slaves, you ambush and subdue the frightened aristocrats without much difficulty. You learn from them that Sutterham is known as the City of the Nine dreaded slave lords. It's an imposing stronghold guarded by elite troops culled from the races of a dozen or more lands where the slavers hold sway. You learn that within the city is a well-guarded stronghold, impossible for such a small party of yours to penetrate. However, there are rumors of subterranean passages beneath the city used only by the slave lords and their agents. Certain contacts in the city will certainly have clues which can lead you to this passageway. The search of your prisoners reveals papers that grant access into the city, and their fine robes effectively cover your armor if no one really looks too closely and you don't draw undue attention to yourselves. You've chosen to enter the city at sunset to improve your disguise and to avoid unnecessary encounters and challenges. Tying up the prisoners, you also realize you better act quickly. Guards might find your prisoners or escaped enemies from where you just left at. For example, that wizard may still be around or may have already come through. One of those that you have subdued laughs before you gag him, saying, "You fools! The slave lords know everything their enemies do, and you have no chance!" And before he can say another word, a rag is stuffed in his mouth and tied about his head as you guys make your way down the slopes to the city of Sutterham. Are there any questions? No questions at all.
No. Well, not really, but
I want to kill him, but that's
yeah.
Yeah, that's what the paladin would always want to do, just kill the prisoners.
I mean, I would.
Did they have any strange vegetation or plant matter with them, or perhaps any essential oils?
No. Although I will say that they do have not essential oils, but most of them have some kind of a perfume that they use to keep the stench of the rabble-rousers off of them as they walk through the slum area.
Well, I'm going to grab one of those perfumes if available, DM.
Okay, absolutely.
It probably won't match my
Have
look,
any-
but
Oh, yeah. Have any
What?
coin or valuables?
No, not on them that you were able to find or take. What do we wish to do, gents? Yeah, I'm a
How
paladin
long
from the
has it
south
been
side.
since we actually left the cavern?
Probably 4 hours. So it is now getting to be nighttime. If you look on the, I don't know if it's on your maps, but on my version of the map, I actually have the timer running on what time it is.
Okay.
Just because I want to put real time with your time. But it is roughly almost 7 p.m. as the sun is setting over the horizon. Still a little bit of light sort of peeking across the tips of Flammenblut and the other surrounding hills. But for the most part, it is getting dark and getting darker as time goes on.
Alright, so we're supposed to get in there and find either find the way down underground or someone to help us.
Correct.
So, any idea of who might help us?
So you do recall speaking with Macaro that they do have agents that work in with the slave lords and whatnot. So you don't know for sure if there's anybody in here.
Yeah.
Right, but you do know that they have agents in the various slave places, so they can at least keep, maybe not help, but at least be able to report on what's going on.
Okay, well, ideas of where we want to. We were told the western part is not as patrolled.
Actually, the southern part is not as patrolled.
Oh, not
yeah,
as patrolled.
Yeah. So it seems like northwest part of town is heavily patrolled. The southeastern part of town, less so.
Well, we could stay in our position and continue watching it to try and get a idea about it. Or it is dark. I don't know that they might close the gate at like dusk and not let us in.
Yeah.
So, but the only question I would have is that these people that we have procured their goods, somebody might be expecting them, so perhaps we should at least go in and show papers, and perhaps they were being expected, or perhaps not. I do not know, but I just know that the longer we wait, the more chances that somebody is going to miss those individuals.
Yeah, we should definitely get in and then head south.
And you guys look, this isn't a fortress per se, it's a town. There's a fortress in the center, obviously, where the slave lords and all that are, but this is a town built around it. So there are probably the standard things you would find in a town: inns, taverns, stores, whatever, right? Whether they're open this late at night, obviously, is up for debate, but, at least if you were to find a tavern or an inn or something, maybe you could find information there.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah.
I'm in agreement. Let's do
that.
that.
Get in and head south and find a tavern or something that we can lay low and get some information to start with.
Okay. So you guys work your way down the hills, heading towards Sutterham. As you approach from the north, you notice that the city wall and the gate and the corner towers are very well maintained. The stone wall that surrounds the city is roughly 30 feet high, and the towers themselves go another 50 or another 20 feet up, making them a total of 50 feet. You can see the heads and shoulders of armored soldiers working back and forth along the battlements. The roadway that you take out of the hills and into, or out of the slum area outside of town, there's sort of a ramshackle town that goes up to some dock areas. The outer doors you see are open, but the far end of the gateway is barred by a massive portcullis flanked by 2 sentry posts. Darkness has now begun to settle as you guys head toward the gates themselves. As I said, the entryway is an arched gateway guarded by a massive iron double door, which now actually stands open, and there's a raised portcullis here on the outer wall where you are. The inner wall, as I said, of the gateway has a portcullis that is actually lowered, and there's a couple of armed guards on that side where they are. So out here on the outer side, there's no real guards, but on the inner gate, so this first portcullis right here is open. These double doors here at the end are open, but the portcullis in front of them is actually down. So there's 2 portcullises, an outer portcullis here where you're at, and an inner portcullis where the doors are. The doors themselves are standing open, but the portcullis is down, and inside you could see there's a couple of guards kind of guarding the entryway. And to either side of the portcullis, you can see guard doors that allow guards and whatnot to traverse in and out of the city without having to raise and lower the portcullis.
I can't see the map, BM. I just see a large black square.
Oh, that's probably because you guys aren't. Let me
I
put
can
you
see
on.
the whole thing.
I see it.
Yeah, I see.
I'm going to put you guys on the green area. So hopefully, can you not see now, Ronnie?
No, now it's all just black. I do see an outline.
Try refreshing.
Yeah.
I just did.
I don't know why. It's like something with different individual tokens, and I'm looking at your vision, and you should have vision, lights. Nobody has light.
Well, I'll just follow these guys.
I was gonna say I don't even have the darkness turned on this map. I've completely opened up. You know, it's unlimited vision on this map, so I don't know why you would not have it when everybody else does, but we can get through it. So you guys approach the main gate.
Yeah.
They look at your papers and they sort of glance at each one of you. He takes the papers, looks over each one of you, hands papers. He kind of looks over. Don't be causing any trouble, and you will be just fine in our city. Welcome to Sutherham, gentlemen. And he sort of passes you along. The other guard leads you to one of the smaller doors that opens through the wall, opens the door and allows you entry into Sutherham proper.
All right.
These are...
Thank you, sir.
Yep, this is actually these... I don't know why these... Yeah, I guess these could be... Your tokens are a little big for this map, I think, because the map itself is offset. So something really happened to my mapping. Something must have changed when they did something, so I'll have to fix the map later, but I'm not going to worry about it. So you guys step inside the gate. You see an old beggar standing over there on the corner near where you are, Varys. As you step inside, he kind of looks you guys over, and he shuffles with his hands out, asking for alms. Alms for the poor, gentlemen. Alms for the poor. And immediately you recognize some hand signals and other sundry body motions and notions of thieves' cant.
Yep.
And
what does he
as
say?
he looks at you, he says, "Are you with Macardo?" As he hands his hand out, alms for the poor.
I say alms and slip him a silver piece.
Seek out the ivory paladin. And he fades into the crowd of people that are sort of wandering down the street as the shops are all closing up.
What do you say?
Send the ivory paladin. It's probably
seek out the ivory paladin.
Yep, it's probably in place. I will go see if I can find directions.
Okay.
Or find the sign.
Okay. All right, cool. So where you guys are right now, as you first walk in, you see most of the shops appear to have been starting to get closed up right now. There are some that have, lights spilling out of the windows. For example, the first building that you guys enter, on the left-hand side, you can see this door. Hang on, let me get to, sorry, I didn't have everything set where I wanted it to. I do apologize. I should have put descriptions on my map so I don't have to scroll through any of the papers or anything to see. However, the first building, well, first of all, the building on the right that you walk in, you can see runs all the way to your right as far as you can see to the other side of the city. It is nothing but a solid stone block building. You don't see any doors. There are no windows. It's like 1 story high, about 10, 15 feet high, but it's all made of stone block. To the left, you can see that there's another building made of stone, but it's much more stylistic. has a nice roof with fine red and blue tiles, and you can see the door, which is illuminated by what appears to be magical light, and the door itself has strange mystic symbols inscribed upon it. Down straight to the south from where you guys are, you can see there are other structures and buildings and whatnot that have, various signs and stuff hanging out. There's some kind of shop of some kind or whatnot.
Any armory shops?
Nothing that you can see yet, but again, you haven't really started walking into town itself.
I'm gonna see if I can get directions.
Okay.
Ivory Fountain.
Okay. So as you guys begin to move in, like I said, the first off, you come to this first alleyway here, and you can see that there are other buildings toward the center of town, if you will. From where you guys are, you're sort of on the north side. Immediately to your left here is that stone building that, as I said, just past that stone building, you can see there is another huge stone building. Although this one does have windows and doors, this one's actually a 2-story building. And it looks to be, again, solid stone, very military in purpose. It looks very much like a gatehouse in any other large city, although it's bigger. So perhaps a barracks of some kind.
We don't want to go in there.
Right. Along the way, you can see what appear to be residences or some kind on this side, although there's only the one door that you can see. Toward the center of town, you could see the town square. It is lit up probably every 50 feet or so. You guys can see there is a long metal pole with a hook at the top of it that's about 10 feet tall, 10, 12 feet tall, and they've got lanterns hanging up in them, spilling light into the streets. So although it is dark and shadowy in this place, the main roads themselves are illuminated, but there are gaps of darkness between the illumination as you guys continue to move your way.
I'm mostly looking for street signs and things that might...
Yeah, it doesn't look to be too many street signs, although. So let me see. Yep. So the first real sign of any kind of business that you come across is right where you're at right now, Varus. There is a large sign hanging out over that indicates that this is some kind of a Wainwright's shop. So they do like wagons and barrels and stuff like that. Although the shop itself is locked up with a chain padlock hanging on the doors. In the center of the town, where you are actually standing right now, looks to be some kind of an arena, maybe. Let me see if it's actually got a description. Yeah, it should. It's some kind of an arena. As you look at it, it's again, this is 2 stories high as well, and it's a circular place. It's like a coliseum. It's like at least 50 feet high. You can see around the outside, about every 20 feet or so, you can see doors that lead into the coliseum, whatever it is. However, currently all those doors are closed, and every door has a sign hanging on it that says "Closed, keep out."
Yeah, I'm not going in those. Is there anybody like walking around out here?
Well, as of yet, you know that there are guards that walk around town that you've seen at dark. But right now you haven't really seen too many people wandering the streets. Let me go ahead and I was actually after a certain period of time I don't do it's not really random encounter, but it's sort of an encounter check just to kind of see. But the first 10 or 15 minutes you pass a couple of guard patrols that kind of nod to you and tip their hats to you as you're walking. but they seemingly ignore you. Most of the guard patrols appear to be 5 or 6 guys, mostly with pole arms of some kind, along with swords at their hips, as they're patrolling around. But yeah,
I don't want to arouse suspicion from them, so I'm just gonna, just let them nod back or whatever, and continue on.
Okay. So as you look, you can see that there is what looks to be a tavern of some kind on the back side of the Colosseum, over on this side over here, on your left, on far right on the map. So if you were,
I was trying to look at the map that we found to see if there's actually any markings on it.
Does not appear that has any markings. So as you look at this structure, let me double check. I want to make sure that I'm reading the right description. Yeah. Oops. This is why I wish I had everything printed out for me. But I'm lazy. So this large, slightly run-down looking tavern has a painted sign above the doors depicting a fighter type in full armor. The doors themselves are open, and you hear raucous singing coming from within. You can see that inside the room is well lit. There's actually a couple of rooms, one on the north and one on the west, that are well lit. It is a packed place. And you can see that most of the folks in there appear to be, as you're kind of walking and glancing and looking in, look to be fighter types. You appear to be soldiers that are off duty, or those that are, like I said, appear to be fighter types of some kind.
I'm going to look at the sign.
Okay.
Closer.
Okay.
Does it look like the armor is white or ivory?
No, it does not. And underneath it, you can see in smaller print, it's hard to read in the dark, but it says the Fighting Man's Haven.
All right.
Next to it, a little farther over, you can see that there is a shop of some kind as well. And your eyes kind of light up a little bit, Deglin, because it appears to be an armory, although the shop itself appears to be closed and locked up for the night as well.
Oh, remember where that place is at. I'll have to come back tomorrow.
Yeah. Let's go look over here then.
Hang on, I got to look and see where you guys are looking. Okay?
Actually, you know what? I'm going to knock on the door just to see if anybody in.
Okay. You knock. Wait maybe 5 minutes or so. Nobody comes to respond.
All right, so I'll just continue.
Look at the store.
Okay. As you go back to the next, as you go down a little further, you can see that there appears to be another tavern or something. This building is kind of seedy looking. It's a seedy looking whitewashed building, is open, and you can hear a lot of noise coming from inside as people are rabble rousing. Above the doors are painted signs showing a bugbear tumbling head over heels down a hill, and the sign hanging above as well says the bouncing bugbear.
Yeah, I'm staying out of that one.
Yeah.
I think think we'll head back and go further down.
Okay.
Maybe.
Okay.
I mostly want to find somebody that doesn't look like they either would remember us, like they might be partially drunk,
right,
or someone that's in the script,
right,
that I can ask, because I don't want to ask people that are obvious military.
Yeah.
Or soldiers.
As you continue to move south, hang on, I got to get on here so we can Want to make sure people see where you guys are, and I got to move the other guys too. Give me just a second. I've got like 5 different maps open. Sorry. Got to move our 2 wayward children with us. As you begin to move south, you can see that there's another entry right here leading back into the Fighting Man's Haven on the other side. On the right-hand side, there's a set of double doors that lead into a large block building. It's kind of whitewashed as well. It has windows, but the windows themselves look partially boarded up as if somebody closed this down. Above it, you can see there's a sign that says Guild of Fighters, but there are padlocks and whatnot in duplicate on these doors, and there's a sign that says closed for business until further notice.
Well, not the place we want to be then.
All right. Continuing to move your way south, and let me once again check, because I like to have our encounter checks just to see did anything happen. Of course not. Of course not. Continuing to move your way down. Which one is that? That looks like a pretty cool one. Trying to think. Where? Yeah. Moving a little bit further down, once again, you see that there is some kind of a tavern or an inn. Once again, the doors are open, and inside there appears to be revelry going on. This one, where are we? Went too far, sorry. This large tavern has a painted side above the door showing a dancing werebear cavorting with a bottle in each paw. It's open. But and you can hear noise coming in, but it's like not a lot. It's nowhere near what you have seen. As you sort of walk by and glance in, you see it's fairly full, but it's like very, very low chit chat, as if people are like, just keep their own business. And
yeah, I think unless somebody wants to go in there, I'm gonna keep walking.
All right, continuing south. Along the right-hand side, you can see, first of all, is this large, a large, tall, ornate building fashioned from colored marble and highly polished woodwork. But again, like many other of these large buildings in here, it appears to be deserted. It's not locked and boarded up, but there doesn't sound like there's anybody there. It doesn't look very well lit up. The doors themselves have windows on them to kind of look inside, but there is light well within inside, but there's nothing like spilling out. But it's a really nice looking building, so it's kind of surprising that there wouldn't be like people here. But again, it just looks semi-deserted or whatever. Directly across the street is another building right next to the waltzing werebore. The sign over that establishment shows 2 pair of hands exchanging old jewelry and gold nuggets for clean, shiny gold pieces with the arms of Sutterham stamped on both sides. A series of 3 forearms grasping each other to form a triangular frame for a human figure in chains. So apparently this is some kind of a money changer, and it indicates to you that this town may have their own coin.
Ooh, so maybe we should have some of that.
Yeah. Are they open?
It appears to be open, yes.
Let's go in. Maybe we can get some information.
Okay. So you step inside, and behind a table, first of all, there's like this huge curtain that sort of walls off the back of the money lenders from whatever's on the back side of his office. Mm-hmm. So whatever's back there, you don't know. There's a couple of shelf units here off to the right. There's a large chest sitting right next to him. He sits behind a large oak desk, and there are two large soft padded, well, not padded, but not like big soft, but they're padded seats, but not like big cushy lounge chairs, whatever. But two nicely made chairs with padded seats on the other side of the desk as you guys sort of step in. He's a real thin, wiry kind of guy. He's got really narrow eyes. As he kind of looks at you, he goes, "Welcome, may I help you?"
Yes, here for some business and pleasure.
I'm always good for business. What can I do for you?
Like to exchange some coin and ask where might find the Ivory Paladin.
Never heard of the Ivory Paladin, but if you wish to exchange coin, there is a 15% excise tax on all exchanges.
There you go.
How much do you wish to exchange?
100 gold.
Alright, so they will give you 85 Suderham drachmas back. As he takes your coin and he hands you back 85 coins stamped with the seal of Suderham on them. Same denomination, gold. Although this time it has the city symbol on it.
Mm-hmm.
I'll do the same.
Okay. You are new to this town.
Not so much so. We've heard a lot about it. We've never.
What is your business?
Mostly just trade.
Trade is good. Trade is what makes men money. Yes. See, today I have made 30 gold coins from you in the space of 5 minutes. I think that that's pretty good business.
DM, I'm going to hand him a couple of tulip bulbs, a daisy, and 3 acorns.
As she looks at you, goes, "What am I supposed to do with this?"
Well, I'm going to trade you that amount for 100
That is
gold
the
for him.
equivalent of 100 of your drachmas.
So I give him
As he kind of looks at you,
15.
he kind of wait. He does. What are you doing now?
Well, we have the pouch that has his money in it.
Right.
He wants 100 of the drachma, so I'll give the exchanger 115 out of his cut in the pouch.
Okay. It's actually a little more than that, but I'll be fine. We'll round it down. As he looks at you and he sort of whispers, "Is your friend crazy? Is he going to cause a problem? Is he going to bring the guards down upon us? Because I really don't need the observation of the city on me right now."
No, he's just a little not quite socialized.
You see.
So, but he's completely harmless.
Well, harmless I like. As he hands you your 100 Suderham coins back.
All right, so I say, I'll hold on to these for you. He's talking to the druid.
I definitely give him those drachmas and say, "Thank you."
As he, what am I going to do with these? As he just catches himself and he looks at you, he smiles and he nods. "Thank you, this was a very good trade." And he takes your flora and fauna and nuts and whatever it is you handed to him and sort of scoops them into a little box, closes the lid and said, "This is the first time I have ever gotten this kind of coin or this kind of trade. I am going to keep it as a token of remembrance." Is there anything else we can do business-wise for you, gentlemen? Otherwise, I bid you good day. My shop will be closing shortly. I'll take that as a no.
Can you recommend the good place for drink and rest?
Well, it depends on what you mean by rest. We have a couple of nights. The Mermaid and the Rose are probably my two favorite places to go. Rest, as he does in air quotes. To rest at the Mermaid and the Rose. The Mermaid's probably a little more, I don't know, to the liking of the more discerning clientele. For those that just need a little poke now and then, I recommend going over to the other side of town. But for a drink, the White Knight is always my favorite.
White Knight, yes.
Where's
Where am I?
that?
It is just on the back side of town. If you go out and circle down and hang a right and then hang another right down the alley, then you open into the main street. It's really, if you were to able to walk through my shop, which of course you cannot do, and walk out the back door, which you cannot do because I don't have a back door, but if you were to do so, you would be right at the White Knight. But otherwise, I would recommend.
All right. So,
Thank you. Thank you, and have a good night.
Yep.
Yep. Very, very good night. Okay. As you guys leave, Varys, give me a go ahead and roll for a
so I remember there was an alleyway up here.
maybe, but go ahead and give me a check. Just give me a wisdom check. Just roll a d20 compared to your wisdom.
Oh yeah, I made that.
So you find it kind of odd that this moneylender, who obviously has a serious amount of cash on hand, was the only one in the store. So you have the feeling that he's probably not alone in that store. So
Yeah.
so where do you wish to go?
He said go south and then follow his direction. So the white
Yeah.
knight.
Yeah, you tell me what directions he said. You
I
can
think
go
he said
north
go-
or south, whichever way you want to go. But he said if you were to able to walk out the back of his store, you'd walk right into the White Knight.
Well, there's
So,
the red light district. It looks like.
yeah, so can we go here
Yeah.
and take this
Yeah.
alleyway?
Okay.
And
So as you arrive in that corner, you kind of laugh about it being the red light district. However, the first thing you see is a building made of whitewashed stone. You can see that above the doors that you're looking at right here, there is a sign depicting a mermaid being chased by a merman. From inside, you can hear laughing and singing, and some very high-pitched female-sounding voices laughing and giggling in the night, and it spills out from inside into the outside, even though the doors themselves are closed. Also, on the left-hand side, you can see what appears to be another tavern of some kind. It's a rectangular building. Has a sign painted above the door shown a gargoyle in chains having its tail pulled by a swashbuckler. The doors themselves are open, but it's actually kind of quiet coming from within there. So you can't really see because this is the back door. So you don't really see how many people are in there, but it's actually very quiet compared to some of the other taverns.
okay.
Just past that, as you guys continue to move your way north into the alley itself, kind of widens open, and just on the other side of the alley from the mermaid, you see another building constructed of wood, and it is in bad need of paint. Above the door here is a painted cluster of red roses, and there's not much noise, if any noise at all, coming from that building.
Yeah, it looks further up that there might be that tavern he's referring to.
Okay. As you continue to move your way back north, the building, most of the buildings that you've seen here so far have been painted wood, or some of on the military side of town have been all block and stone and stuff like that. But here in the main central area of town, it's all been kind of wood, stone mix, dilapidated paint, but everything's been of single story except for a couple exceptions. And this next building is an exception. It's a large 2-story building constructed of wood and stone. And as you get to the door, you see above it is painted a chess piece, a white knight, in fact, The inn itself, the doors are open, and inside you can hear the sounds of people talking, murmuring, eating, and drinking with the clinking of glasses.
I wonder if this might be the Paladin.
That sounds like it might be.
I mean,
And as you guys step inside and you look around, you can see there's a few folks in here. The door opens into the dining area on the north side of the. Hang on, just a sec. Let me. Want to zoom in so I can actually see, just to make sure. I'm double checking just to make sure that I got everything right, so I read you guys the right description here. Yeah. The door opens into the dining area. Immediately inside on the left, you can see there is a flight of stairs leading up to a landing and then turning up to go upstairs to private rooms of the upper story. You can see many sets of tables and benches, half of which are occupied by humans and merchants busily engaged in having their dinners. On the east side of the dining area, you can see the bar, behind which works a rather overweight, sweating bartender. He sort of nods in acknowledgement to you as you guys walk in and look to find seating, and that's where we're going to end our game tonight.
with you guys arriving.
Yep, that is where we are going to end our game tonight. As you
I
guys
walk in and say, "I'm home."
All right, but like I said, that is where we are going to end our game tonight. As you guys arrive at the White Knight in the middle of Sudderham. Congratulations on making it through the caves and caverns. Congratulations on finding your next checkpoint within this adventure, and that is the White Knight. Now it is time to find out what the hell do we do now. But I appreciate you guys putting up with us tonight. Whatever issues and harumphs that we may have had, at least the stream didn't crash after being gone for 2 weeks. I fully expected it to crash. We had very little. We had a couple dropped frames, a little bit. But yeah, we done good. Agamaran, man, I apologize for not watching the chat earlier, man. Appreciate you guys kind of hanging out and joining us. Really want to thank Troy, i.e. Cannibal, for dropping the love on us with the subscriptions. So I would appreciate, any love that you guys want to show, whether it is through a tip. You can go to our about page and find our tip jar, and you can do a tip if you just want to do a one-time donation to the stream. If you would like to cheer, obviously we take cheers. If you want to subscribe to the stream, we definitely appreciate that. Any love that we can get, as you know, every dime that we make goes back into the stream so that we can continue to make this quality content. Another word for quality content is shit show, and that's kind of what we're sticking with. And so, yeah, I definitely appreciate you guys swinging by and hanging out with us tonight. So, what we do now, as always, is we move over to our after party. Anybody that wants to join us, you are welcome to join us just by coming to our Discord. If you don't know where our Discord is, it's actually on our Twitch page. It'll send you to our Discord. You can join it, and you can come over to the open channel on our Discord channel, and then you can join us with the join us in the open chat. So that's what I'm going to do right now, real quick. And then what we're going to do is we'll do our well, actually, let's do this now, because I know that sometimes guys can't stay. I'm going to be able to stay as long as I want, because for those that missed the beginning of the stream, you know that Thursday I was laid off from my job. And so not to fear, I am well situated money-wise as far as keeping the house running. And I've got already like 6 interviews that I have scheduled getting set up. So I am not one iota worried. But yeah, man, so like I said, anything you guys can do to help us keep the lights on with this thing, I would appreciate it, because every dime that we make here, like I said, goes back into the stream to help pay for the hosting service and all that other stuff. And I am not begging, pleading, or even anything. I just say, I appreciate all the love. that you guys are giving to us. So that being said, let's do some quickies. Zadkiel, what you got going on? Anything in particular other than summertime? School's out for you now, right?
Yep.
Dude, man, that is awesome. Awesome. That's
Yeah.
just going to mean there's more time for you to make character art for our players.
Well, I'm doing a lot of housework. Got my trailer work in. Got a lot of projects to do.
I got some housework that can be done if you...
Started a real Minecraft.
Hey, Annex, I appreciate you hanging out, dude.
Planted 4 potatoes, so we're going to see how that goes.
Nice. I was just saying goodbye to Annex. For those that don't know, Annex is my dungeon master in the play-by-post game that I play, and he had a Dro, Drider, Bitch Queen, whatever, did 120 points of damage in the first round of attacks on my character. And fortunately, I had 19 temporary hit points, so I was only taken down to 7 hit points and not 0. So, yeah, one set of attacks, and she pretty much kicked my 15th level sorcerer's ass. But that's okay. That's okay, because I have tricks up my sleeve that I'm going to come back and I'm going to cast a fireball on her lower intestine. I'm going to see what happens. So, it is what it is. But yeah, that's actually a really, really good game. Annex is a great DM, so it's a 5th edition game too, so we have fun. So, all right, man. What about you, Ronnie? You got anything going on that we need to know about other than your druidic prowess with which you bless us every week?
Yeah, he left already.
Did he? Did he say he left?
No, he disconnected though, but he left.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, he usually has to leave fairly early. So, all right. What about you, Varys? You got anything going on? Ross?
Yeah, I just got, well, this week is an off week for some of my games.
Right.
I'm only GMing like Friday and maybe playing on Sunday.
Right. Cool.
Everything else is either canceled or whatnot. Everybody wants to take vacations and stuff.
Yeah. Hey, man, that's how it is.
Stuff is going to Origins.
I'm taking a dang vacation right now, man.
So he's not streaming this week.
Oh, is he? Okay. Yeah, I've always wanted to go to an event like that, but I don't know. I just never have. So I am going to make it a point. You know what? I'm getting up in the years where I need to go out and do shit that I've always wanted to do, but I never did. Like take my wife to Hawaii, take my wife to Italy. Those are my top 2. And then going to Gen Con would be another one. Gary Con would be a cool one. So
come down for Dragon Con sometime.
Yeah. Yeah. I actually told my wife here local in Orlando, like I said, I started playing 1st edition again with the local game store guys, and they started a Grognard podcast, and I stopped playing 1st edition because the whole reason I did is I wanted to show my youngest son, 1st edition and stuff, and he wasn't really into it. He's the 5th edition kid. That's what all his friends did. So I kind of left them and just continued with the 5th edition with my son and his friends. And so, however, I still stuck with the group, and every so often I go check them out and see how they're doing. And every year we did a tournament style, and so this year is finally coming back to the table, where we're able to have face-to-face games, and they're going to do. And I signed up for the tournament. Last one that they did, or at least the one that I did, I was a DM. This time, because I helped kind of put it together, but this time we are. I'm going to be just a strict player, man. We're going to go have fun and see how it goes. So I'm looking forward to that. So it's not really a con, but
Nice. I might be running some games for virtual Greyhawk Con.
Yeah, I definitely want to do that. But I haven't.
About it already.
Yeah. I haven't decided if I want to do a 1st edition or a 5th edition. I was really thinking about doing my Ruins of Mistmarsh, but I just may grab a 5th edition game or something. So anyway.
Yeah. Anyhow, yeah.
All right, Iger, what you got going on, man? Other than anything?
Not really. Just making terrain. I finished a tar pit for a jungle scene for my.
Got to take a picture of that, man. I want to see how that looked.
Oh, okay, sure.
Yeah, post it in our chat, man.
Yeah. I did post
it's all right, Agomran, man. Yeah, okay. Yeah, like I'm sorry I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I was just trying. I didn't know if Agomran was leaving, but it's all right, man. The fact that you even bothered to come by and check us out, even at the end, man, I definitely appreciate it. And of course, you can catch it on YouTube or here. So it's definitely going to be out there. But yeah, I don't expect people to be like religious about coming, but I definitely appreciate the fact that you guys even come and watch a little bit of the stream. The fact that you're willing to just hang out and just kind of listen to us, even as a lurk, man, just kind of hanging out and stuff. I completely appreciate it, man. We had a decent little group tonight. We had probably 15, maybe max at 18 or 20 or something like that. So that is like perfectly acceptable to me. It's the same crowd of folks, so everybody knows what's going on. So I'm digging it, man. So I appreciate it. And then every once in a while, Troy drops some love on us, and there we are. So anyway, what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump over to the open chat. I know that Ross, you usually have to bail, which looks like he just did. It's funny. I was watching his character portrait, and his character portrait is a little smaller when he's not logged in, because there's actually two different images. When you're logged in, it's a little bit bigger, and when you're logged out, it's a little bit smaller. And I just happened to notice his shrink immediately. So I knew he was bailing. So anyway, I'm going to jump over to the open chat. If you guys want to join me, fine. If you can't, that's totally okay. We're just going to hang out there for a little bit, shoot the breeze, and then we're going to figure out who we're going to raid. Hopefully you guys out there will hang with us at least for a few minutes while we look at who we want to raid. But I'm going to switch over to the open channel in 3, 2, 1. There we go. I am now in the open channel. And so Monkey came with me, and hey, Iger came with us too. Look at that, man. We're all together again. So yeah, man, getting laid off sucks. Just want to put that out there.
It happened to me. I know.
Yeah, I was, and what really kind of bugged me about this, it's like, man, I really, really thought, I'm like, something, I have an opportunity here. I got a chance to do what I want to do. I got a chance, they had stock options, so that was kind of cool. I had opportunity there if the company kind of goes where we hope it goes. But, here's what it is. Somebody above me decided that my position was no longer necessary. So we'll see how it goes. We actually created a Discord channel for folks that want to kind of support and push each other along and kind of console folks. So, but yeah, it is bad. I mean, like I said, though, there's some people that really, really hammer on, businesses shouldn't be able to just let you go for no reason. I said, you know what? You're right. They don't let you go for no reason. But I have no doubt there are some that are malicious, because that's just the way the world is. People are dicks. But I got to believe that for the most part, a business owner or the people that run a company are trying to do what's right for the business, whatever that may be. So if the investors come in and they say X, the business has to do Y to make sure X happens, right? So I don't blame a business for making decisions and executing a plan that they think is correct to keep the business, because if keeping me employed or keeping all the other people employed means that everybody is at risk for losing their job, yeah, no. Now, that being said, I don't think the company I work for is in that position. In fact, the CEO even told us that they were in a position cash-wise financially for a few years, with the cash they had on hand. So that tells me that, okay, we probably could have kept going for another few years. But, they have to make whatever decisions were necessary. So I'm not worried about it. I go out and I find another job, and that just means I have an opportunity to shine with somebody else. So yeah, it's not like, yeah, and I appreciate it, you guys. And I do. I appreciate you coming in and consoling, so to speak. But I don't feel like I need consoling. Like, the only thing that really got under my skin was how things were handled. I've been laid off before. Shit happens. Work in an industry that has layoffs all the time. You just take that risk. And so, yeah, software developers, man, I've got everywhere. I've had people coming at me. I made the joke to my wife and some of my friends that I really do need to hire a secretary to run my LinkedIn, because it just blew up. I was like, oh my God, I lost my job at SeaWorld in 2017, and I put out there that I was open to work. And I thought it was bad then, but I only had like 6 or 7 people in a few days reaching out to me. I've had 6 or 7, 8 people a day since Thursday, and I'm talking Saturday, Sunday, and today. It's just been nonstop. Hey, dude, want to get you set up with an interview? And we got this and that and the other. And I'm like, I know what recruiters and hiring managers go through now, because where they're on the other side of receiving 1,000 people that want the job and having to filter through it. Now I have 1,000 people wanting to give me jobs, and I've got to filter through the ones that I think would be a good fit for me. So it's kind of interesting being on the other side of the house, but yeah, it is what it is. Like I said, financially, I'm fine. I don't have to worry about that, but my wife is stressed. She's like, you realize we're going to Vegas in a couple weeks? I said, my goal is to have an offer before we go to Vegas. So I go to Vegas on the 16th. That is my goal, to have an offer, or at least a very strong possibility that I'm going to get an offer. Because I don't think I've ever been out of work since I retired from the Navy. I've never been out of work more than a week, with the caveat that a lot of times that means I have that offer within a week. And then I may take off. Like, for example, I plan to take off till at least the first week of July. That's if I get an offer, I'm like, yeah, I'll start work first week of July, because that way I have 2-3 weeks off and just kind of shoot the breeze and go to Vegas and have fun and not worry about it. But yeah. So anyway, I appreciate you guys showing the love. And that's what I said about Troy, man, dropping that tonight. Really, really, really appreciated it, because that just means I'm going to be able to have the money in my account when it comes around, that I'll be able to continue to pay for the hosting services and all the other stuff. If God forbid something were to happen and I couldn't, but yeah, that's pretty awesome that you guys are willing to do that. So anyway, that's really all I got, man. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. What I'm going to do is I'm going to find somebody to love. Yeah, no. As I close everything down and I'm telling you, man, I'll start saying I want to do something and I start doing something else and I just lose track of what the hell I'm doing. So let's see. Let's go out there and see if we can find somebody. I have to reopen I forgot I closed down my Twitch. So let me go back and reopen my Twitch.
Everyone have a good night. I'm off to bed.
All right. Appreciate it, Monkey Man. I definitely do appreciate that. We will talk to you next time. What I'm going to do is I'm going to see, who do we got? Of course we got Darling. We have to go see Darling because she's going to have a movie on. So I am going to move it over to the stream ending now. As I said, I really appreciate you guys hanging out with us tonight. Give me a second as we get set up for going over to Darling Creepshow. Hopefully you guys will stay with us as we go over to raid her. Where is she? There she is. And just remember, folks, in the world you can be anything that you want. All that I ask is that you be kind. Hang tight as we get ready to... All right, why does it didn't work? This thing just absolutely kills me. Let's try this again. All right, we'll hold that a little longer maybe. There we go. All right, let's see how many people we're going to get over there. Hopefully all of you guys. We got like 11 or so people out there. Let's hope that we can get there. We're getting close. All right, we got a few. All right, man. So we're going to bounce over to Darling. Obviously, most of you guys that have followed me know her. She is definitely a great streamer. She's doing some painting tonight, but I just go over there to watch the movies, man. She finds some really off-the-wall movies. So we will check you guys this Friday. Don't forget, we're streaming our 5th edition game, and then we'll catch you guys next Monday. See you now.
Just listening to Christopher Lee, The Exorcist, while we paint
Hey, I posted up in general chat.
Hag.